Let's do this thing. What's up? Hello, everyone. Hello, my fellow goys and gays. Welcome to the shit show that is world politics. Dear Diary, it's June 2nd, 2026. It's been 24 hours since we last spoke. In that time, Trump has bombed Qeshm Island. Iran has retaliated by striking U.S. bases in the Gulf states. Bahrain, Kuwait. Unfortunately, Israel has not gotten touched yet. And that is very, very disappointing. We thought surely that would have happened by now. It hasn't, so we will wait for more news. But anyway, we're going to start with our rapid-fire Twitter sesh, as we do. So buckle up, because there's a lot of goy slop to sift through. And right at the top of the list, you know how we do. We go through our bookmarks. They're in no particular order, but we eventually cover all of the news that's going viral as of today. So at the top of the list is the Palestine News Network, and they are making a political statement. Carlson, Massey, 2028, the stock is rising. Look at Polymarket. It said just in, Tucker Carlson's odds soar in the 2028 presidential election. Nearly 10% chance he's the GOP nominee. Now, wouldn't that be something? That looks like a boner. Look at that. Just fully erect. It seems like the country has a hard-on for Tucker Carlson. And, you know, who am I to say that, it's the Palestine News Network, right? These are Palestinians we're talking about. And I was thinking about that in the context of this, which is Norman Finkelstein. And we know that Norman has been taking a lot of heat for basically throwing shade at Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens because they're not part of the left. I mean, he's trying to, I don't know what he's trying to do, actually. But let's take a look at this clip. And I think it's a good clip of Norman. It does. I think it helps his case here. He responds to the criticism from a lot of the right and the left about Norman Finkelstein and his recent statements about Tucker Carlson. But let's take a look.
Remarks are made about Mr. Tucker Carlson, Ms. Candace Owens, Nicholas, and I say it happens that on aspects of Gaza, our interests intersect. I get that. And I'm glad Tucker Carlson is saying a lot of what he's saying. I am. But Gaza is not my be-all and end-all. It's part of my worldview to fight for justice. I'm not about mass deportations now. I'm not. I'm not about making America great again. These defectors from Trump, defectors in a positive way, they're defecting because they say he betrayed what he originally promised. I never particularly liked what he originally promised.
I would agree with that.
I don't want make America, put America first. That's not part of my vocabulary or part of my world view. How does mass deportations now, how does that cohere with compassion for the people in Gaza? That to me is very strange. The right wing supporting self-determination of nations, national liberation struggles.
It's like we can recognize when Israel does these colonial crimes, but we don't recognize it happening when we do it, you know?
Compassion with the poor, the huddled masses. That doesn't sound like their profile. So I have to ask myself the question, what is going on?
Steve Bannon said we need to stop giving all this money to Israel. We need to use it to build the wall and ICE detention facilities. So, I mean, it's like, yeah, no, but what are you doing with it instead?
I find it very strange that suddenly the plight of Gaza has become the cause of the far right. That's very strange. Nobody finds that odd. I do. I've been around long enough to remember that's never been a right-wing cause.
Right. So, I mean, these are fair
being
points,
attacked.
I would say, from Norman Finkelstein. And I could understand, you know, and I see, you know, see Butch Ware left a comment here as well. It says, unrepentant white supremacists are not on our side. I can't believe this needs explaining. And I'm torn because I agree with both of them and I respect both of them so very much. But I look at when he says, you know, Gaza's not my end all be all, but it is the end all be all for the Palestinians. It is the prevailing principle, moral issue, moral question of our day. And it's pretty fucking, if it's not the end all be all, it's pretty fucking close, you know? And, but I understand that his world, like when he talks about his worldview and how it doesn't comport with far right, other stances on that the far right takes. It's perfectly legitimate. I just think is now the time to start picking these fights when we still have the corporate capture, the Zionist capture of our government. We still have the genocidal, psychopathic, ethno-settler colony of Israel carrying out a genocide. And we're going to start picking fights with voices that are principally opposed to all of these crimes. I just consider the timing at this point, although I think I agree with Norman's overall arc here. But I think about like, picture yourself, in a school and there's a school shooter and you have people that are in the same boat as you and they're trying to make it out of the room or make it out of the building. Are you not going to take somebody's help because ideologically they're communist or they're Jewish or Muslim or Christian or if they're a white supremacist? I just feel like it doesn't really speak to the urgency of the moment. It's not meeting the moment. But it is something to consider long term. But I also have to say, and I love Norman Finkelstein, okay? I probably would not be, I know I wouldn't be so articulate as I am, not saying that I am, but I would certainly be less articulate if I did not read his book, Gaza, An Inquest into Its Martyrdom. I urge all of you to read it. I learned more about the conflict between Israel and Palestine in the first 3 pages than years of goy slop from CNN, and the like. So it was just a significant book, a significant influence on me. And I remember reading it and just my mind was lit on fire. I was armed. I was already making a lot of political satire at the time, and I wanted to lay into these motherfuckers and say it in no uncertain terms, and combat the Hasbara, the Qeshm Hamas, which we all knew was an ideological trap. It was a trap laid by the Zionists to justify their occupation, which it has no justification whatsoever. So he's a towering figure in my mind. So I give him all the respect, but I would say that he had a perfect opportunity to challenge these avowed white supremacists when he appeared on Candace Owens' podcast. And Candace Owens was spewing some propaganda that was far-right propaganda about socialism, and he really didn't combat her on that. So, I mean, it's like you're saying this now, but when you were in the lion's den, when you had that moment of truth, you backed down. And I remember watching it on stream with you, and I said the same thing at the time. I'm like, why didn't he challenge her on that? So it's just odd that he's now taking up the mantle of, we're not the same as Tucker and Candace. But anyway, those are my thoughts about it. Did we play the rest of the clip? I'm not sure. I just ranted. Sorry about that. Where is my mouse? Oh my God! Here we go.
Because of
Okay, yeah, I think we played the whole thing. Here's
and
another
now
clip.
if I'm walking in the street and by accident I meet an Israeli under whatever circumstance, I can't help.
Thank you, Thugbone. I forgot about the Twitch chat. I gotta pop it out. They make you pop out the chat. If you don't do that, then it doesn't show up in the master chat. It's a whole thing. I'll do that right now. So.
Myself.
Oh shit! I forgot it's showing all my screens. Damn it. Okay, wait. Let me go back.
I say, nope.
Let's pop
When
this
he
out.
says,
There
he or
we
she
go.
says, I'm Israeli, nope. And I walk away. I can't talk to them anymore. I think it's fair to say guilty until proven innocent. I have no problem saying that. Remember, Israel is unusual. It has a citizen army. And being as it is a citizen...
So wait, the context for this is Norman Finkelstein says Israel's citizen army makes Israeli society itself responsible for the atrocities committed in Gaza. And that's another thing about Norman. Like, he doesn't take any bullshit. He is just meticulous in his research. It's just an exhaustive mind. And he puts it so damn eloquent. He wrote another book called Gaza's Gravediggers, and I've been trying to get a copy of it, although I don't think it has a nationwide release yet. But that is definitely next on my list, and I'm missing his words, on the page when I read his first book. He has other books. I've never bothered to look into them, but I should probably. But he's a great writer. And anyway, I'll stop singing his praises. Let's listen to the rest of this.
It's an army. It's representative of Israeli society. That's what it means to be a citizen army. Everybody in that army has passed through serving in the West Bank, serving in Gaza, serving in Lebanon for decades now. And they're all committing war crimes. Now, you can...
So he's making the distinction, class, that the Israeli citizens are actually not citizens. They're occupants, but they're settlers, and they're part of a conscripted army. So they're all implicated in the crimes of the Israeli state. So they're not safe from, retribution.
You can differentiate the magnitude of the war crimes, but routinely, every soldier in that army has broken into a home at night. Everyone. And terrorized the population, terrorized the children. I'm now not going to...
It's almost like it's a rite of passage.
...be inclusive of those Israelis who were targeting the heads, the skulls, and chests of Palestinian children. I'm not being inclusive of them. I can't do that. It would be for me to be the ultimate hypocrite to suddenly become inclusive and pluralistic of child killers. That's just not going to happen on my watch. And now it's, the ghetto walls closer and closer, suffocating and starving the children. Inclusive of them? May they burn.
Now, just what the fuck is this supposed to mean? We get it, Wrath. You're up here and we're down here. What are you trying to say? This is not an apartheid stream.
Burn in hell.
May they burn in hell. He was cooking. That was Norm. I mean, look, this guy has spent his fucking life attacking Israel and highlighting their crimes and educating people. So he's got a pass in my book, no matter what stance he wants to take at the twilight of his career. Anyway, that was from Current Affairs magazine. I encourage you to follow them. I didn't even realize I wasn't following. It's from my hometown. They're from my hometown, New Orleans. Squish Mallow, thank you for gifting a tier 1 subscription to Lolo McLefty. Okay, so is anybody unclear or confused as to what we call Israelis themselves? They're part of a conscripted army. They are guilty. There's no redeemable aspect of this society, okay? It's a settler colony. I was thinking earlier today how it's like some flimsy umbrella in the middle of a hurricane or something. That's the stake that Israel has on the earth. It's such a flimsy, illegitimate argument in every aspect. And I think the flimsy umbrella is the society itself. They're going up against 3,000-year-old civilizations. I mean, they love to talk about 3,000 years ago. Meanwhile, Iran, lo and behold, is an actual legitimate 3,000-plus-year-old civilization with a rich heritage, tradition, culture, actual culture. And this little settler colony that came along in 1948 with its mythical origin story that it loves to promote, it has really no firm root to the soil. I think literally, figuratively, metaphorically, however you want to put it. And that's why I think, somebody asked me what's going to happen 10 years and 20 years from now. Is the world going to get better or whatever? I think in one aspect it will be, because Israel won't exist in 10 or 20 years. I don't see the long-term viability. And I think I've been saying that since October 7th. But I think it's especially, I mean, it's actually crazy, and I hate to use that word, but it's crazy how much they've gone, how far off the deep end they've gone. I thought they were off the deep end when, they started invading Gaza, and, they started bombing all the cities and forcing the population to the south, and then, and then we're hearing about all these crimes where they're striking humanitarian aid workers and double tapping their cars and their ambulances as they're trying to get away. I was like, how do you sustain this kind of a culture? Everyone sees it for what it is, but they have surprised me, and I didn't think that I could be surprised in this, but they're at war with Iran now. They're talking about going to war with Turkey. I mean, it's all happening so fast, and there's no way to sustain it. And I think that's just speaks to how they're not going to be a country much longer, and rightfully so. So anyway, follow Current Affairs Mag. They're from my hometown, and I only recently became aware of them, but it's a good page on Instagram. I finally was able to log into my Instagram. Amazing. I went through all kinds of shit to do that, but anyway, let's continue on. We did watch we finished that clip. Okay, sorry, a little scatterbrained here. We're gonna pull it together though, I promise you. Now let's get to the back to the goy slop, as they say. So this is new from Adam on Twitter. Special guests could pay $1.5 million to get privileged access to Trump's UFC White House event. You see the privatization of public resources and public services and public institutions like the executive branch of the U.S. government. It's being privatized for profit. People have to pay $1.5 million to the Trump organization just so they can. He's literally selling off a public office to the highest bidders. He's using his position, his powerful position, one of the most powerful positions in the world, to enrich himself at the cost of the Americans who he's supposed to be advocating for. Adam says we live in the actual Hunger Games. It's hard to disagree. I would also argue that I'll raise you a Squid Game. Wasn't it called Squid Games? Squid Games, Hunger Games. These are allegories for our time. And I don't know if you've seen the overhead pictures of the White House, and there's just this gargantuan, like, UFC, like all this lighting, and it looks like the Super Bowl is happening in the backyard. It's a clown show. So Marco Rubio was put on the, I guess he was at a congressional hearing. He had to kind of appear before Congress and answer a bunch of questions. I haven't taken a look at it, but it's more silliness. It says Secretary Rubio shuts down Senator Booker. No one's begging for anything here. The Iranians might be begging because their economy is losing hundreds of millions of dollars a day. Let's see what he has to say.
And now we're begging to get back into a deal that you all
We're not
trashed
begging.
in the first place.
There's no one begging. I don't
Clearly,
know.
this is a
Senator
shame.
Booker, your time's up.
But can I
Senator
just-
Rubio, since he's
I do
gone
want to
over,
address
you
some
can
of these points
respond.
because they go to the heart of the matter. No one's begging for anything here. The Iranians might be begging because their economy's losing hundreds of millions of dollars a day. That they are losing.
Can we fact check that? I think they're actually making more money now because they actually control the Strait. They didn't control the Strait before, but now they've really controlled the trade that's happening through the Strait, and they charge for it. So, yeah, I don't. Can we fact check that, please?
Understand, Iran had street protests going.
I can never get over his fucking satellite dish ears. Look at that. It's so freakish, man. What is going? He can hear on what's today? Today's Tuesday. He can hear things happening on Thursday, on Tuesday. Does that make sense? That's how. Okay.
On before all of this started. All of those factors, economic factors in Iran, are
I think he can hear this stream happening. I better whisper.
far worse today than they were 6 months ago when those protests were happening. They have hyperinflation. Their currency's completely devalued. They're struggling to make payroll for their government workers. Iran is in a very serious situation. And if it was up to the political class there, and I understand.
That's so funny that he's just what's the word? He's patting himself on the back for all of the crimes that they've committed against the Iranian people. Like, it's very spiritually Israeli here. Yeah, we've broken their economy. Remember Scott Bessent manipulating the treasury to tank the rial, the Iranian rial, on December 28th, 2025? And he gloats, that's the word I was looking for, gloating about the economic terrorism. Yeah, we're breaking these people's society, man. We're doing great out there. They're hurting really bad. Yeah, the civilians.
Everybody there is sort of radical in some way, but if it was up to the people that actually like go to elections and wear the suits and you see on TV, they'd probably make a deal tomorrow. It's the issue they're facing is that the supreme leader and the IRGC Corps are a little bit more
immune. That's a good point, Saeed. They've already, I mean, what else can you throw at them? They've been an international pariah for 47 years, ever since they had their popular revolution and kicked out the CIA-backed Shah. And they were sanctioned for it. You know, they've been strangled. And people don't understand, really. I mean, you say sanctions. Sanctions is like kind of a nice word, you know. Sanctity you can think of, or I sanction you. Like, it could be a positive thing, right? I feel like there's a pejorative context for that word, and there's a more positive context. But anyway, sanctions are economic terrorism. I mean, that's economic violence. That's equivalent to dropping bombs on a country.
From those pressures until they can be convinced otherwise. And I think that's the direction that they're moving in, because the reality, I don't know where you're getting this perception that Iran is stronger. Iran has no navy left. They've lost a substantial percentage of their defense industrial base.
They just blew up a cargo ship. What are you talking about?
That Iran has lost a substantial percentage of their missile launchers, and their economy is far worse today, and I mean far worse today than it was 6 to 9 months ago. And they are looking at hundreds of billions of dollars of reconstruction costs.
He had to think about it. He's like, hundreds of, what should I say, millions, trillions? No, trillions would be too much. They would never believe that. Let's just say hundreds of billions. Did you catch that, or am I
worse today, and I mean far worse today than it was 6 to 9 months ago. And they are looking at hundreds of billions of dollars.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know.
Of reconstruction costs just to get to where they were 6 months
Mr. Rubio, you keep telling
reconstruction costs, yeah, because they have to rebuild their society. What core military strategic objectives has the United States achieved in Iran? I mean, can we go through the list? They still control the Strait. They're still able to defend themselves. They're still able to take out military bases. They're striking military bases right now as we speak in the Gulf. So I have to call bullshit. Here is 44 seconds showing why Jews, sorry, I sneezed, have never built nor maintained a civilization in 3,000 years. This Jew is doing the work of the goy. This is almost blasphemy to show. This is very anti-Semitic to show a Jew laboring, doing like menial tasks. This is for the goyim cattle. Thank you very much. I must Jew my word very carefully. I have to, yeah, I have to choose very chosen words. This guy sucks at cutting down a tree. My goodness. I don't think that is the right tool for the job. What do you think? Legend has it he's still buzzsawing that limb. He'll be done by Christmas. Just in time to light the menorah. The tree is being very anti-Semitic. Oh, he's gonna go from the bottom now. Yeah, that's a good idea. Don't send a Jew to do a goy's job. That's what I learned from this. He can't cut down the tree, but he can speculate as to the future value of the tree. And wager a bet, I might say. It's pretty funny. Incompetence, right? Incompetence is another word that comes to mind. Here's another clip of Marco Rubio earlier today. Power to the People says, an anti-genocide protester let Marco Rubio hear it. Oh, I love that. Marco Rubio getting heckled? You know, let him hear it. You know he's going to get an earful, a satellite dish full, times two.
I think I'm going to skip the long opening. You have it in writing. I'll just do a couple brief points. Rather spend the time on your questions. It'll probably be a better use of our time. Just suffice it to say what I told you a year ago and getting back to that point now. A couple things. In terms of U.S. foreign policy.
Stop supporting Israel! Stop supporting Israel! Israel committed a genocide.
Yeah. Talk about his ears. Talk about his ears.
Palestine, it's still ongoing, and now they're committing another genocide in Lebanon. And what are you doing? You're serving Israel! Stop serving Israel! Stop serving Israel!
God, I love that. I love that. We need to occupy every fucking... Speaking of occupy, we need to occupy every fucking room of the Capitol. Allegedly, in a video game. I just like pies, but my favorite is occupy.
The core of our... Is that continue now? All right. I think I'm going to skip the long opening.
Okay, have y'all seen this clip or these clips of Dave Rubin completely embarrassing himself? I didn't really even know who Dave Rubin is, but apparently he's a Zionist neocon. That pretty much wraps it up, right? Just say Zionist neocon. That, yeah. So Duopoly Destroyer, a.k.a. Nico House, says Dave Rubin is such a disingenuous piece of shit, it's hard to even put into words at this point. And of course, what do all these clips show us about Zionist neocons? It's the double standard. It's the hypocrisy. They have different sets of rules for concerning different sets of social groups. Dave Rubin on 13 U.S. service members dying on duty in Iran says it's terrible. However, Dave Rubin on the U.S. killing of 160 innocent school children is that, well, things happen.
So even assuming your characterization to be an accurate characterization, which I don't necessarily take,
right?
Can you
we're going to have a lot of trouble getting to a fair agreement on
that
wokeism.
Wokeism has, for example, skyrocketed inflation to outpace wage growth, the way that Donald Trump's war of aggression on Iran has done. Can you demonstrate that wokeism has violated the First Amendment by arresting students and faculty members on college campuses?
Okay, well, yes, I can. So let's start. Well, first off, the disastrous war, the quote-unquote disastrous war that you're talking about. You're talking about a 40-day military operation.
You're right. What happened to the YouTube chat? Fuck.
Stop.
Thank you, Thugbone. I'm gonna check on that.
Apocalyptic regime from getting a nuclear bomb
So,
and exporting terrorism throughout the world. And we're now in a
there we go.
We're now in an economic embargo of them, right? We've basically done a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. So to say it's a disastrous war,
we've done a blockade.
We did lose. Hang on.
That's pretty funny, right? An economic embargo. Okay, so you're admitting to a war crime.
And we did lose 13. We did lose 13 of our soldiers, and that is terrible.
I'm not related to the Rathbone Mansions folk, but I have passed by on Esplanade Avenue many times, and I've saluted and put my hand over my heart to that fine establishment. I know nothing about it. I don't even know if it's related to my family, honestly. Could be.
Or children.
But things happen in war, right?
Yeah,
Things
Things happen
Well,
in
things do happen
war.
in war.
Yeah,
You got, wait, you can laugh at
So again, we'll remind everyone, in case you didn't know, since 2021 to 2026, if you took all of the world's conflicts and put them all and accumulated them on a list of casualties pertaining to children, that number would still be less than the amount of children killed by Israel in Gaza. That's pretty remarkable. It's actually worse than any other major war, too, actually. It's because it's not a war, but, he wants to characterize it as a war, and it's if it's a war against anything, it's a war against children, because you don't fight wars against civilizations, you fight wars against armies. Armies fight armies. Armies don't fight kids. So how is this a war? But he says it's war, it's collateral damage, blah, 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 blah.
Hold on, listen.
So, you just make an ass out of yourself. That's all you do. You show people how out of touch, how hypocritical, how politically biased you are, and you're cooked. You lost the plot. You guys, everyone needs to see that, and stop listening to these freaks. But always remember that pride is a Jewish value, okay? That's what the Jewish Democratic Council of America wants you to think. Pride is a Jewish value. I find this funny because in the one and only Jewish state, it is illegal to have gay marriage. Gays can't marry in the most moral democratic country in the Middle East. The one and only Jewish state where gay pride is a Jewish value, thank you very much. But no, you can't marry. That's illegal, and we'll have to be forced to cut off your foreskin. Oh wait, we already did that. Wait, here is a meme for all of my haters who say, "What do you think you're doing? You're just yapping into a microphone." Well, that's not what Che Guevara thought. Che Guevara, an actual revolutionary who died for the cause, he's a martyr for liberation. He said the first duty of a revolutionary is to be educated, and that's what we're here to do. That is what we need to have: good thoughts in order to produce good outcomes, good actions. Okay? We have to have the right ideas. If we don't know who the enemy is, we're liable to make all kinds of mistakes. If we're not educated, if we're not rooted in class consciousness, then we'll fall for all kinds of cultural mystifications, won't we? That's why it's important what we're doing. Remember that qualitative shifts happen only as a result of seemingly imperceptible and innumerable quantitative changes. Okay. Now, write that down in your notes. The causal link between quantitative changes, i.e. the thoughts and ideas of the working class, the minds, every individual mind, produces a qualitative shift, a change in the fundamental structure of our economy, of our body politique, if you will. All right, lots of reports happening about the latest salvo between the United States and Iran. Apparently, Trump has bombed Qeshm Island earlier today, and Iran has retaliated. There's a lot of posts about this from a lot of people that I respect, so we'll just go through and get their takes and learn. So CENTCOM, this is from Daniel Davis. He's got a great podcast on YouTube called The Deep Dive. I watch that from time to time. Great guests, great analysis. He says CENTCOM confirms attacks have been made by Iran against U.S. bases, but denies that any got through. Time will tell if that's accurate. Well, we've seen, there are some videos we can see that might disprove that. Time will tell if that's accurate, but the fact of the attack itself is potentially shattering to the fragile ceasefire. Yeah, one would wager. And could spark a major retaliatory strike by the United States, which would likely signal return to full-out war. This would be really bad for our interests, and I would caution against any reflexive counteractions beyond self-defense. It is not in American interest to restart a war we cannot militarily win. The thing I like about Daniel Davis is that, and like Douglas McGregor and Larry Johnson, is that they've served in the military. They've had careers, and they're very respected in that ecosystem. And it's almost like their analysis is they're speaking to the grunts, you know. They're speaking to the people that could be defectors in a positive sense. So this is in response to this post. It says, U.S. forces successfully defeated multiple Iranian ballistic missiles and drones and conducted self-defense strikes on Qeshm Island in response to attempted attacks by Iran across the Middle East. So the U.S. forces successfully defeated multiple Iranian ballistic missiles and drones and conducted self-defense strikes on Qeshm Island. Iran launched several ballistic missiles toward regional neighbors, however, all failed to hit their intended targets. 2 Iranian missiles fired at Kuwait fell short or broke. Thank you for the follow. Broke apart en route, and 3 missiles launched at Bahrain were immediately intercepted by U.S. and Bahrain air defense forces. Moments earlier, U.S. CENTCOM's forces shot down 3 one-way attack drones launched by Iran towards civilian mariners that were rightfully transiting regional waters. American forces also conducted self-defense strikes on an Iranian military ground control station on Qeshm Island. No U.S. personnel were harmed, it says. CENTCOM forces remain vigilant, blah, 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 blue, blue, blue. You get the idea. Here is a snapshot of what's actually transpiring as the world burns. The golden age for the Trump family. And guess what it is for the rest of us? Depression, despair, anxiety, and poverty for the rest of us. When is the madness going to end, you all? I wonder every day, don't I? Adam says, mark my words, Ivanka Trump is building a new Epstein Island. This is in response to this post that says, Ivanka Trump announces that she and her husband, Jared Kushner, are building a massive off-the-grid private island in the middle of the Mediterranean. They're building an island? They're building their own private island, a.k.a. floating military base, the floating bunker of the Mediterranean. The island, let's see, it says the island spans 1,400 hectares. I don't know what that is. Sounds pretty big, though. Currently has no power. They will be working with some of the world's greatest living architects to bring this vision to life. You know, you think about how all of the uber rich under MAGA Trump, the people that, you know, the uber rich put in power in the government to employ these policies of destruction and exploitation, these people are now fleeing the country. Peter Thiel is relocating his family to Argentina. Peter Thiel got J.D. Vance elected. You know, these are the people that the uber rich have placed into power, and now they're fleeing. So that tells you, it's like, shit, what is going to happen here in the States? Should I start seeking refuge? Should I go relocate to Argentina? I mean, how bad is this going to get? Is Peter Thiel accepting applications on his yacht, maybe? Maybe I could be like a server or something, a bartender. I don't know. I could do something. Just please. I don't want to die for Israel. Sorry, that was gross. That was weak, and that was pathetic, and I need to pull it together. The island spans 1,400 hectares and currently has no power. It's massive in scale. Let's take a look at this.
I'm working on an incredible project with my husband in the Mediterranean.
Yeah, I mean, come on, look at that. Look at that supple skin, that long blonde hair. She's definitely indigenous to the Middle East, Saeed. Definitely. Look at that.
It's massive in scale.
I think that's an understatement. Can you explain?
Yes.
She actually converted to being indigenous to the Middle East. I don't know if you knew that, but that's what happened.
It is.
There's no power on this island. You're building everything from scratch.
Well, it's an unbelievable, beautiful 1,400-hectare private island in the middle of the Mediterranean. We were on a friend's boat, and we stopped for a swim. Effectively, that's how we found it. We swam to the islands. We went on a hike, barefoot all the way up to the top.
I can't wait to visit, and I'll even bring some party favors. Okay, I'll bring a few cocktails. If you know, I think you know what kind of cocktails I would bring.
And we were just captivated, and it stayed with us.
Oh, you're going to be captivated, all right.
Ever since, and
captive.
Over the course of many years, we developed the opportunity to help realize its potential. And
Kuznets, please do not issue racial slurs on this stream. I beg of you. This is a very anti-Semitic thing to say. Shame on you.
Transform it, but with a lot of restraint and care, because the land is so beautiful that really the architecture has
I can't wait. I just love to colonize the land.
To be fully integrated into it, almost rise from it. You know, it's not even a business for me, despite the scale of it. We not only the island, but we have 5 miles of beachfront directly across from the island, this beautiful peninsula with a lagoon.
And where's the massage room going to be exactly?
On one side, the ocean on the other, beautiful white sand beaches.
Where's the ball effigy going to go, though? That's what I wonder.
It feels more like a challenge than anything else. The culmination of all of my experience in real estate, all of my travel, a lot of reflection on how I want to live, how I think people increasingly are wanting to live, and trying to really build something that's a tangible manifestation of that.
That
requires a lot of vision.
She sounds like an evangelical. She sounds like she's belongs in a cult.
The collaboration of some of the greatest masters that exist. So I was just there walking the land, really just trying to.
We've got a famous architect. It's Albert Speer.
Sort of be with it and experience it.
He's our favorite.
Alongside some of the greatest living architects of our time, like true masters of their craft, people with integrity so absolute, like there will be no compromise. And that's something we want to create there. So we're very excited.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. I'm sure your retirement is going to go awesome in the Mediterranean.
I'm working.
As the world burns. Okay, here's the latest from Max Blumenthal. More about Israel and Lebanon. Israel is now threatening to bomb the Christian quarter of the ancient city of Tyre. That's part of their Judeo-Christian values, I thought. It is trying to pit Christians against Shia citizens who had taken shelter there, demanding they remove terrorists. It's just such crazy logic. They're going to bomb these communities and then hope that the people that they're bombing are going to blame some other people that were not bombing them. They're going to blame anybody but the people that are bombing them? How does that work? They tried that in Iran. It didn't seem to go pretty well. Or in Gaza. Or in Palestine. The goal is to instigate civil war, as it always is, and they always fail, ethnically cleanse the Shia community. Here is this post. It says, left, Israel's evacuation order for Tyre this week. Right, Israel's evacuation order for Tyre tonight. The Gaza playbook is in full effect, and there you have it. So that was from, what did he say, a week ago? They called for, they just like, yeah, you better just leave. Everybody should recognize that this, in and of itself, right here, even just issuing an evacuation order is a crime against humanity. And then there's, I guess, the Christian quarter. They're like, we forgot a little piece of Tyre that we needed to get. So just think about that. I mean, Donald Trump just yesterday was like, the troops in Lebanon are turning back. Netanyahu's like, fuck that. And we're back to bombing Lebanon. I just wonder, when is Iran going to come through with its word? It's true promise, right? When are they going to retaliate on behalf of Lebanon? Hopefully by the end of the stream. That's all I'm going to say. This is I've got a lot of respect for Tom Hardy, learning about what he's going through in his own career. But if this is a real quote, much respect. He says, "I don't care about my career anymore. I only care about the children of Palestine." So he's one of the good ones. It's like Tom Hardy, Javier Bardem, Roger Waters, Susan Sarandon. There's a few others. Mark Ruffalo. But there's not much. There should be more. Marlon Brando, R.I.P. All the good actors, that's right, yeah. Yep. Here's the longest serving president of the United States. I'm seeing a trend here. This is a weird story. It says federal prosecutors just charged 2 National Institute of Health researchers with conspiring to smuggle monkeypox into the United States and lying to federal authorities. 2 National Institute of Health researchers. Were they dual citizens? I mean, what's going on here? This seems pretty spiritually Israeli. They were arrested at Detroit Metropolitan Airport carrying 113 undeclared vials of monkeypox and human DNA. And then there was that guy in Cyprus, the Israeli, that was caught with like 14 human embryos, or maybe it was 4, I forget. He went to jail, allegedly. Okay, I don't know. It says it's June 2nd, 2026. That was earlier today. It's a developing story. What does monkeypox do? Is that bad? I don't feel like I would want that. I don't even want human pox. Monkeypox sounds worse. But this looks good. This is an Israeli float collapsing at a New York City parade. Was it Hamas? Asks the Syrian girl. Oh my God. Yo, wow. Whoa. Oh my goodness, it's almost like God was sending them a message. They just wanted to dance. This is like another hologram. Oh God. Oh yeah. Ufta. Oive, ufta. Yo. Wow. I could just watch this for the next 4 hours and that could be the stream. I'd be a happier person. It's just every time I watch it, it makes me laugh. Especially this guy in the white jacket. He's having so much fun, and then all of a sudden, suddenly, he's on the floor. Suddenly, he's on the floor, and his shoes fell off, and he can't find his glasses. And he's Hoyt. Better call my lawyer. This is a hate crime. All right, that was fun. Sad news, Israel executed Theodosia today. Look at this. Bright young girl, South Lebanon. She was on her way to take her exams. Israel dropped a bomb on her car, killing her and her parents. Jesus fucking Christ. Rest in peace. So you're telling me these people are indigenous to the Middle East? Look at these freckles. Gee, imagine growing up being that. That is a tough gig. I want to thank whoever God is, I want to thank him for not making me chosen. Because if this is the superior race, I'm good, actually. I prefer my Goyim status, honestly. That's not to be hateful, but that will be us or you if this doesn't stop. You're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. I do not disagree, and I say it a lot. They're showing you exactly what they're going to do to you eventually. It's called the Imperial Boomerang, folks. Partially speaks to that concept. So here is some footage of the attack, the airstrike issued by the IRGC against a military base, ostensibly in Bahrain earlier today. It's from an hour ago.
Sure. It's fucking there.
Okay, not much. Just some sounds in the distance. Here's another clip. Another story. Another tweet from Max Blumenthal. Iran is targeting U.S. bases in Kuwait, Bahrain, and Iraq. Following U.S. attacks on Qeshm Island, Iran seems to have recognized that deterrence can only be established by forcing the U.S. regime, the mafia co-opted by Greater Israel, to recognize every terrorist action as a cost. Wasn't I just saying this yesterday, that Iran has seemed to learn, adapt, evolve over time to competently contradict the United States regime, because the United States regime only understands one language, the language of violence. So you have to employ that tactic because they have the monopoly on force. So that's the game that they want to play. They don't want to play diplomacy. So you got to speak that language to them, right back at them. And I was thinking about how I watched a podcast of Larry Johnson and Pepe Escobar appeared on this podcast, this new podcast called Power Shift. Maybe we could follow them, where this guy kind of allowed them to break the news that Iran basically has a nuclear weapon and is planning on testing it. That seems to be the rumors milling about, as I say. And they've, apparently Mojtaba Khamenei, the son of Ali Khamenei, basically has told the IRGC that if it comes down to it, religious fatwas be damned, we're gonna go ahead and employ the nuclear deterrence. And it's like, they really were so principled, they thought that they could behave moralistically and in accordance with the principles of Islam, but it's the nuclear age, and we're dealing with the unipolar superpower, that has a monopoly on violence. So, it's one of those things where ideological considerations be damned in the face of practical ones. Countries will always, above all else, act to preserve their existential existence and forego any sort of moral principles they have to survive. And I think that's what Iran has realized, because there's no bottom to the depravity that the United States is willing to do. So here is another clip. I think it says attacks in Kuwait and Bahrain haven't stopped. Another wave happening now. Holy shit. That is... What are those? Are those all missiles? That looks like fireworks. You think of a missile strike. You think like one missile and wah, poof. Does anybody know what this looks like? A cluster. Fire in the sky. So pretty. It's crazy. But, according to CENTCOM, U.S. CENTCOM, they defended against these strikes and nothing was damaged. That's what they say, at least. So everybody's sharing these clips. Trump bombed Qeshm Island in Iran. Iran is now retaliating, launching coordinated strikes against U.S. military bases in Kuwait, Iraq, and Bahrain simultaneously. We're going to repeat ourselves a little bit because a lot of these posts deal with the same event. So there you have it. Major breaking news. Iran attacks the United States, says Daniel Davis from 2 hours ago. The below statement by the IRGC is as bold and confrontational as the news from the region that Iran has struck American bases in the region and warns that any retaliation will lead to a response beyond the region. If we accept the challenge and retaliate, we could be playing into Iranian hands and our interests could be crushed. If Gulf Coast countries' energy facilities get torched. This is a breaking story, so I'll update as I get it, he says. And this is the IRGC statement on striking American military bases. They say, in response to American forces targeting the beloved island of Qeshm, we have struck their bases in Kuwait and Bahrain. Any action that violates even a single inch of our borders and sovereignty will be met with a devastating response. We will not hesitate to turn all the interests of the aggressors in the region into ashes. Please, God, I can only get so hard. Here's a tweet from Trita Parsi. His name keeps popping up. I'm not sure quite as to what his background is. I've heard him speak. He's based. It says, Iran just struck U.S. targets in Kuwait after the U.S. struck Qeshm today. Also, alarms just went off in Bahrain. Seems Iran is striking there too. Iranian source tells me that Iran has stopped playing the tit for tat game. Instead, it's now striking back at least 1.5x as hard. All right, so we're climbing up the escalation ladder, right? For every attack the U.S. Does against Iran, he says. Here's more footage. The IRGC launches missile strikes on U.S. bases in Kuwait. Explosions also reported in Bahrain and Iraq. This is from DropSite. Here is the clip. Yo. Well, that looks like it was defended against. So I don't know. Maybe there is some validity to CENTCOM's claims. Perhaps. What note is that? This is so stupid. Danny Danon always has, every Israeli spokesperson at the UN that appears before the UN Security Council, they always bring fucking props. I guess he's the UN ambassador, even though he wasn't. There was this other guy who was equally as funny. Goofy, I should say. But here he is holding up an FPV drone, apparently, and he tries to garner sympathy. It says, Israel's ambassador brings a drone to the UN to complain about Hezbollah's FPVs. By the time you hear it above your head, he says, it's too late. Cheap, precise, deadly. Actually, he says precise. He can't pronounce his R's. He's got a speech impediment, and we make fun of him, not because we're petty, folks, because he is a Zionist. That's why. And Zionists don't have any humanity, so therefore they deserve no humanity.
This is an example of a drone used by Hezbollah. This is what we are dealing with. Hezbollah are using different kinds of drones.
Different kinds of drones. Public speaking is not his forte, and yet that is his job.
Two of them with fiber optic. These drones weigh less than 2 kilograms.
Oh my goodness.
Low.
But have you tried crying about it?
Very difficult to detect, and by the time
this is very
you hear
difficult to
it
detect.
above your head, it's too late.
Oh shit. Fuck around and find out a bit, Danny Danon.
It can fly undetected for tens of miles.
Oh shit.
And all of a sudden you see it above your head. A thin cable is what makes this drone different. It does not rely on a radio signal. It cannot be easily jammed.
Oh, they outsmarted the Jews? The Hezbollah terrorists outsmarted the Jays again. They use fiber optic cables to control these FPV drones. They don't rely on, Wi-Fi or whatever, so they can't be jammed.
Unfortunately, it gives the operator a live video feed and direct control until impact. This is
direct control?
Modern warfare, cheap, precise, deadly. This is...
What is he? He reminds me of a cartoon character that... Is it Elmer Fudd? Or is it the what's the dude with the... He's got the cowboys, like, his name's Sam or something? I forget. But he's a cartoon character for sure. Thank you, Clifford, for that donation. That's very nice of you. So that's pretty funny. So let's see. Nick Cruz, ever eternally based Nick Cruz, says, so as a society, we're just supposed to pretend that Jews don't fake anti-Semitism hate crimes all the time, ? Oh, right. I see a Nick Cruz post and I reposted, but I didn't realize this is a 35-minute compilation of Jews faking anti-Semitic crimes worldwide and reported from mainstream media sources, and they're all verified as being false flagsteins. 35-minute compilation, mind you. And actually, we have watched this last year. This post is from January of last year. And I couldn't even make it through the whole... I think I made it through the halfway point because I was like, this is just... It goes on and on and on.
Exactly the way you'd expect. But then today, it all got turned upside down. Police say the cafe owners staged the whole thing and have charged them with a crime. As Cameron McIntosh tells us, even as the family sticks by its story, the community is in shock once again.
Did you fake the vandalism?
We didn't. We didn't
do it
because we don't joke about swastika on our walls.
They flatly deny it,
insisting they are in.
We don't joke about swastika. We never joke. We just soap. Hot take soap wasn't made out of what? My grandma? Is that what you're saying? Said, that is deeply offensive because my grandmother was turned into a bar of soap by the Nazis. So just have some grace, have some empathy.
Fact, victims of hate.
Yosemite Sam, thank you. I knew it was something. I was gonna say Fantastic Sam, but that's a haircut shop.
Oksana Barrett and her son Maxim explaining themselves on CBC Radio just after being charged along with Oksana's husband.
And the nose just gives it away. Look at that. Look at that profile. The profile, the nose with the tiny hat. I mean, it's a dead giveaway. And they're wearing the tiny hat as they're committing crimes.
And hours before for public mischief.
I like how his look at what he's wearing too underneath that
Barrett
jacket.
And her son Maxim
explaining
themselves on CBC Radio just after.
Because it kind of looks like Auschwitz clothes, right? I wonder if that was intentional. The blue stripe. Am I off base here?
Being charged along with Oksana's husband hours before for public mischief.
In this moment, somebody grabbed me.
She insists on last Thursday night she was alone inside.
Who grabbed you, Shoshana? It was the grabbler.
Inside her Winnipeg cafe when she was attacked. The cafe was also robbed and vandalized with anti-Semitic graffiti.
The grabber grabbed me and then he clipped my coins.
The story caused an outpouring of sympathy and defiant denouncements of hate. Until today.
In the end, we found evidence of a crime. It just wasn't a hate crime. I am hugely disappointed.
It's not a hate crime when the Jews do it to themselves. Wouldn't that still be a hate crime, though? Aren't you... What does it matter if the person is Jewish that's doing the thing? It's still offensive, right?
And frankly, angry that this
Yosemite. Ooh, that's good. Nicely done.
Family has used hate and racism in such a disingenuous way.
It's not something that we do. It's against our Jewish law. It's against our beliefs.
It's against our Jewish law. It's against our Jewish values. We love gay marriage. Sir, this is about the false flag. What, so? Pride is a Jewish value. Okay, we saw that already. Wait, did we see this? Yeah, we read that already. Okay. Let's see. This is a bit of hope here from someone who is protesting, a pro-Palestine protester confronting an Israeli. Oh, middle finger. Fuck you. Aren't we all Israelis, she said. I am not. You heard that? She's like, she said in her demon hiss, aren't we all Israelis? She said, no, I am Palestinian. She says, ooh, I don't understand. So you don't live in the state of Israel? I live here. I live in Jerusalem. I live in Palestine.
ירושלים זה לא פלסטין. זה פלסטין. ממתי?
מאז ומעולם. Since forever. Well, since when it's been Palestine? It's been that way forever. Look at that. Can we get a screenshot? That's great. Oh, yeah. All right. Holy shit, this guy's turning purple. Look at this. Sid Rosenberg. This guy's name's Sid Rosenberg. Sid Rosenberg encourages the Jewish community to be proud and not to hide your yarmulkes. Don't hide your yarmulke. I never understood why they spelt it that way. It's a yarmulke. Shouldn't it be like Y-A-M-A? It's like Yamaha, but with a C or a K maybe? Yarmulke. It's a yarmulke. Not a yarmulke. Everybody put on your yarmulkes and swing your chickens till the night is popping. I don't know. Power to the People says, I finally figured it out. He is purple because both parties are controlled by the Israel lobby. That's an interesting theory. Red plus blue does equal purple. Let's take a look. Look at that skin. It looks like he's post-mortem.
I like it when I see Jewish people, moms and dads, they tell their kids.
It's got to be a filter or something, right? There's no way his skin actually looks like that, right? Right?
You can take your yarmulke off. Take it off. If you're nervous to walk in the streets, take your yarmulke off. I can't stand that. Or hide your Mogen David. You do that.
Hide your Mogen David.
They win. They'd almost rather see that than a dead body in the street of Tel Aviv.
You look like a dead body, Sid Rosenberg.
Me, okay?
I'm looking at a dead body right now.
Don't do that. Don't tell your kids. I know you're a parent. You're nervous. I'm nervous. I'm nervous too. Okay?
He's literally an eggplant. That's a
son who goes to school in Chelsea. It's not easy. And my daughter just came back from London. You want to talk about a place for 3 years? But when you do that,
persecuted in London,
you're really doing a disservice to the Jewish people fighting for us in
the
Israel.
Jewish people again with the fucking Jewish people.
And all of you fine people in the audience here today, do not do that. Wear your yarmulke proudly, wear your chai proudly, and show everybody that you're Jewish. And I got to say, to quote from the great movie Goodfellas, if you get your ass kicked once in a while, so what?
He's going to quote Italian mobsters. That's a dead giveaway.
Everybody needs a good ass kicking once in a while, right? But it's okay. You'll go to bed that night a proud Jew. Don't hide the fact that you're Jewish. Flaunt it.
Flaunt it, he says. Because they haven't been doing that enough, right? We haven't noticed them enough. Every response from like a Zionist is like, well, why does everyone hate you? Well, we have to really make our case. People need to really learn about Israel. No, we've been learning about Israeli society. That's actually why we're against Israel. I don't think we need to know anymore. We've seen it. Don't believe your lying eyes, right? Here is an IRGC urgent warning. This is from yesterday, but I thought maybe it would be worthwhile to read what they wrote, because this is when they issued an evacuation order to the northern settlers of Israel. They say, we announce to the settlers in northern occupied Palestine, love that the area specified in the attached map, which includes the upper Galilee, the lower Galilee, the Golan, and Haifa, has become a closed military zone as of this moment. Wow. Oh, how the turntables. If your criminal leaders target the southern suburb of Beirut or the city of Beirut, this area will be a target for attacks by the Iranian armed forces. And we say to the honorable Palestinian people, the time has come to reclaim your land. Oh, yes. Our fire is at your service, they say. Love this. The departure of settlers from the occupied territories may be a prelude to your return to it. Immediate evacuation order to the residents of the settlements in northern occupied Palestine. It is announced that the area marked on the attached map. Okay. I don't know. He repeated it twice. So that was a mistake on Suleiman's part. We will forgive him. But there is the map showing the evacuation order. Sizable chunk of northern Israel. It's such a tiny country, guys. Such a tiny little, tiny land. So here is, a lot of people are saying, you know, this whole story from Axios is a fabrication. You know, the story that broke about Trump and Netanyahu's phone call, and Trump grilled Netanyahu, called him fucking crazy, and said that he'd be in prison if it weren't for Trump. He's saving Netanyahu. Everybody hates Netanyahu now. Everybody hates Israel. And it's like everybody's wondering, why is this phone call being leaked? And ostensibly, it would have been leaked by Trump aides, you know, Trump administration officials who had knowledge of the phone call. Perhaps were in the room. But, you know, this happened with Biden as well, and sometimes it just comes out. They leak this phone call with the Prime Minister of Israel, and it shows that really behind the scenes Trump is really taking them to task. The American president is really in charge here. Yeah, Trump's not that articulate, I would agree. But, you know, we're a lot of people are like, yeah, I don't buy it. And I have to say that's a fair point. I mean, it could be true. I mean, but at the same time, we know Axios is a Zionist outlet in and of itself. So, is it a psyop? Power to the People seems to think so. He says, or they say, I don't know who this person is, but they're a popular account on Twitter, and I follow them. Anyone who thinks Trump actually stood up to Netanyahu like this is an easy mark. This story was planted to do damage control for Trump's historically low approval rating and inability to end a war he should have never started. We all know Netanyahu, not Trump, is running the show. It's a fair point.
The president even called Netanyahu today, asking him to stand down in Lebanon. Trump kind of lit him up. According to Axios, he told him, quote,
Trump kind of lit him up, man.
Doing? You're effing crazy.
This is fodder for Fox News.
You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your ass. Everybody hates you now. Everybody hates Israel because of this. 47's trying to nail down this peace deal, and Netanyahu's trying to lock in as many gains.
It's funny because Trump, if you got Trump in front of the cameras, he'd extol Netanyahu, call him a wartime prime minister, and it's really unfair what they're doing to him in Israel, and, you know, he'll just sing his praises, right?
As he can before the deal's done. The president...
I would presume, though, that they really don't like each other. Like Lawrence Wilkerson said, they probably hate each other, but they recognize that either counterpart is indispensable to their plans. Mark Levin is just, yeah, these are all old bookmarks, actually. Mark Levin was crying about it.
The leak in Axios was a violation of federal law and provided support to the Iranian regime and its Hezbollah proxy. Whomever leaked that story to Barack Rabin and Axios did a grave disservice to our country, to our president, to Israel, to...
And he morphs into just like a worm. So I just said, haha, cry about it, because that's all that motherfucker does. Okay, so there's some of the latest news. And we'll be following the story. I've got Al Jazeera hooked up here on live. And I'm sure if there's any new reports about these strikes happening, or whether, fingers crossed, maybe there's going to be some strikes against, we'll have to see. Let's move to the Discord now. I do remember Saeed requested, special request from Saeed. He wanted me to watch this clip. He said it was pretty heavy. So we were going to save it for tonight's stream. I think somebody else reposted. Jess reposted, but I think this is the clip, if I'm not mistaken. It's the darkest Israeli war crimes ever recorded. I just want to let me just double check. Look, another person posted it. Seems like everybody wants me to watch this video, including my humble patron, Saeed Pack. Let's see. Okay, I can't find where his post is. Man, you guys have been posting a lot here, and I love that. So we've got a lot of links to go through. Let's take a look at this. No wonder it's almost an hour long. I knew it. Yeah, don't forget to tap that like, baby. Thank you so much. Welcome to VIP status, Jess. I appreciate that. Thank you for the patronage here. Oh, you're right. I should not show that. Thank you. I just saw your comment as he holds up. Oh, boy. All right.
We're going to be covering some very difficult material today, right? So that's relevant for a few different reasons. The biggest one is that, if you're not in a super great place mental health-wise, maybe consider pausing and coming back later. But if you can, I do encourage you to stick around till the end of the video. And I think especially if you live in the United States or any Western country that has contributed financially or militarily to the Zionist project at any point over the last 100 years.
Saeed feels bad that he's making me watch an hour-long clip. So he's like, you know what, I'll cheer with 5,000 bits. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Like, our tax dollars have subsidized most of the things that we're going to be talking about on this list. And I think it's important to not look away. I think that we have a moral obligation to look at this history and recognize it for what it is and not avert our gaze from it. So, I will try to give a heads up for some of the nastier stuff that we're going to talk about. I will save the sexual abuse stuff until the very, very end of the video if that is especially troublesome to you.
Let's get on with it, bro. Can we just skip, because we're not new initiates. We're not the uninitiated. We know what's going on. Let's get into the nitty-gritty.
Our ancestral homeland. Number 1, Operation Cast Thy Bread. In April of 1948, Israeli forces engaged in a top-secret biological warfare operation in which operatives contaminated drinking water wells in Palestinian villages with typhoid bacteria.
And Netanyahu says, they've been saying crazy things about Jews for thousands of years, like we poisoned the wells. Yeah, Operation Cast Thy Bread. Hello?
In an attempt to inflict
This says typhoid symptoms, 10 to 20% fatality rate without antibiotics, internal bleeding, delirium. hallucinations, sustained fever, headaches, diarrhea, and rash.
Mass casualties against the refugees and to prevent them from returning to the homes that they had been expelled from. The contamination of these wells triggered a typhoid epidemic in Acre, as noted by the mayor of that region on May 3rd of 1948. Additionally, 4 Israeli Special Forces soldiers disguised as Arabs attempted to poison the local water supply in Gaza, but were captured by Egyptian soldiers on May 23rd of that year and were executed by an Egyptian military court. Declassified documents have revealed that Israeli Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion oversaw and approved the use of biological warfare against non-combatant civilians. Additionally, in the final months of the war, the government of Israel gave orders to expand the biological warfare campaign into neighboring Arab states such as Egypt, Lebanon, and Syria, but those orders were never actually carried out because the war ended shortly thereafter. Needless to say, this was a blatant violation of the 1925 Geneva Protocol, and unfortunately, it will neither be the only
I like his shirt. False flag.
Or the worst example of chemical or biological warfare against women and children.
So Operation Cast Thy Bread, I'm fuzzy on what year that was, but if it's David Ben-Gurion, it had to have been in the 40s or 50s.
That we see on this list. Now, folks, I want you to take a second and imagine the sickness of the mind that it would require to poison the drinking water of hundreds of thousands of women and children.
He didn't, Jess. I remember what video it was because I looked at it before we stopped the stream last night. So this is the one.
With typhoid, in order to expedite the appropriation of land. And in fact, as we're going through these war crimes, I would like for you to just generally imagine how you would feel knowing that people from your country, people who shared your culture or your ethnic background or your religion or whatever, behaved in such a way. And then imagine being part of such a culture and feeling absolutely no regret, no shame, and offering no apologies for any of the things that we see on this list. Especially because as we go through this, you'll see nobody has ever faced any meaningful consequences for any of the war crimes on this list. And quite the contrary, many of them were promoted or rewarded as a result. Number 2, the Deir Yassin massacre. Also in April of 1948, Zionist paramilitaries attacked Deir Yassin, a small Palestinian village immediately west of Jerusalem, and killed over 100 people using firearms, hand grenades, and armored vehicles, including women and children. This despite the fact that the village had previously agreed to a non-aggression pact and posed no meaningful military threat, thus beginning a time-honored tradition of Israeli forces violating ceasefires in order to murder women and children.
And I do remember that there was some pushback for this, even with, I would hate to give any credit, and I'm not trying to do that, to any aspect of the Israeli society, but there was some pushback against these massacres that were taking place. But like Moshe Dayan, for example, if I remember correctly, he acknowledged that yes, this was a war crime, and we kind of violated some laws here, but we produced some really great results. And what were those great results that he was referring to? Moshe Dayan. He was referring to the fact that that massacre, which I forget how many people it killed, it was scores of people, it sent a message to other towns and villages and places in Palestine that maybe they should leave too. And so you had a mass exodus. People did not want to, have their entire lives destroyed. And lose their lives. So they relocated. They became refugees. So that was the positive results that Moshe Dayan was speaking about and was able to forgive the war crime, basically.
To quote a former IDF colonel who, to his credit, initially objected to the attack while addressing his superior officer, quote, "Is it true that you gave the dissidents permission to attack Deir Yassin? How can you do this? We have a pact with this village and they have kept it faithfully. No shooting, no foreign soldiers."
So you see, just case in point, this is a former IDF colonel, Meir Payil. He's kind of giving some credibility to what I just said, that there was some pushback against this horrible massacre, even within the IDF.
No aggression of any kind. Later on, the same colonel had this to say about the massacre after it was already underway. Quote, "The fighting was over, yet there was the sound of firing of all kinds from different houses. We went into the houses, and in the corners we saw dead bodies. Almost all of the dead were old people, children, or women, with a few men here and there. They stood them up in corners and shot them. They also shot people running away from houses and prisoners, mostly women and children." According to other eyewitness testimony as collected by filmmaker Netta Shoshani, at least one young boy was tied to a tree and burned alive. Other groups of small girls were lined up against concrete walls and executed with submachine guns. Other survivors were taken prisoner and paraded through the streets of nearby Jerusalem, where they were spat on.
The sadism is the point, you know? It's to send the message. They don't want to, you know, unalive everyone, but they'll fucking do it if they have to.
Mutilated, stoned, and executed. This was not the only massacre of women and children during the Nakba, but it was perhaps the most significant and emblematic. To quote historian Benny Morris, this event probably had the most lasting effect of any single event of the war in precipitating the flight of Arab villagers from Palestine.
That was when, what's his name, Benny Morris was actually somewhat competent as a historian. And mind you, all of this happened before the state of Israel was actually created.
To this day, official material that documents the Deir Yassin massacre in IDF military archives remains classified.
Do I have that right? Because I might be misremembering, because I think that it was November of 1948. It could have been 1947 where they actually created the state of Israel, or where it was formalized by the UN. I'm not sure. But either way, it precipitated the Nakba.
Number 3. The Lydda Death March. In July of 1948, the Palestinian towns of Lydda and Rommel were attacked and captured by the IDF. Lieutenant Colonel Moshe Dayan led the attack on Lydda.
This fucking James Bond-looking villain.
Using a column of armored jeeps, firing automatic machine guns directly and indiscriminately into civilian crowds for over 45 minutes. To quote Kenneth Bilby,
Yeah, you're right. It was in May of 48. So yeah, 48 was the Nakba. I'm just trying to say that, like, all of these massacres actually happened before Israel became an official state.
Correspondent for the New York Herald Tribune, who happened to be in the city at the time, quote, "The Israeli column raced into Lydda with rifles, Stens, and submachine guns blazing. It coursed through the main streets, blasting at everything that moved. The corpses of Arab men, women, and even children were strewn about the streets. During the attack, a former soldier whose name I'm not even going to try and pronounce fired an anti-tank shell.
I'll try. Yerachmiel Kahanovich.
Into the Damash Mosque.
Definitely sounds indigenous to the Middle East, right? Kahanovich? Totally.
Killing more than 200 unarmed civilians who had attempted to flee the shooting. Estimates of the total dead in Lydda due to these indiscriminate attacks on civilians range from 250 to 450, again, including many women and children. After the killing had settled down, a general expulsion order for both towns was signed by Yitzhak Rabin, then IDF Chief of Operations and future Israeli Prime Minister. After being stripped of
They
value,
all become future Israeli prime ministers, by the way.
Jewelry, and being denied any personal belongings from their homes, the remaining 60,000 occupants were forced to march for nearly 15 miles in the midday heat without water before meeting up with the front lines of the Arab Legion. Reports on how many people died during this forced march vary based on historian, with estimates ranging from 300 to 500 people, including small children and the elderly.
So I don't know about you, but I grew up in a small town in America, okay? Imagine that growing up, a bunch of homicidal...
Just a small town boy.
...maniacs using automatic machine guns fired upon crowds of women and children and the elderly. And then they fired an anti-tank round into a church, killing 200 people. And then they took all of these survivors of their attack and they stripped them of their valuables and they forced them to march in the midsummer heat. For 15.
It's your son's birthday? Fuck. Yeah, the Deir Yassin massacre was on April 9th, and Israel was shat into existence on May 14th of that year. So I was correct in that. But that's sad that it's your son's birthday.
Miles, killing children and the elderly in the process.
It's a silver lining, at least, on May 14th, you got something to celebrate.
Then imagine that the person who signed off on that, the person that gave the order for all of that to happen, then went on to become the president of the United States. This would be indicative of a deeply, profoundly sick culture. There were many more horrible things that happened during the Nakba, but for the sake of time, we're going to move forward about a decade to the year 1956.
Yes.
Number 4, the Kafir Qeshm massacre.
Remember, it's like the important years is like 1948, at least since the State of Israel, for all these pivotal crimes and escalations, is like 1948, 1956, 1967, 1973, 1982, war with Lebanon. Then you go into the 90s, you got the Oslo Accords. And in the 80s, you had the Intifada as well, the first Intifada, 1987, which was where and how the resistance known as Hamas was formed. And then you had the second Intifada at the beginning of the beginning of the 21st century, and onward we go, up until all these crazy mowings of the lawns that happened in the latter half of that decade and continued into the 2010s.
On the morning of October 29th, 1956, Israeli border police imposed a new 6 p.m. curfew on the residents of an Arab village about 20 kilometers east of Tel Aviv and announced that any Arab on the streets after 6 p.m. were to be shot on sight. However, the announcement was made after many laborers had already left the village to work in the fields or to travel elsewhere, and therefore had not been made aware of the curfew. That evening, in 9 separate incidents, small groups of laborers and families who had been away and were returning to the village were fired upon and were killed by Israeli soldiers without warning. A total of 49 Palestinians were killed, including 19 men, 6 women, and 23 children. Those few who survived the shooting were left to bleed in the street overnight until the curfew had ended and they could be retrieved by other Arabs to receive medical care. The Israeli government attempted to censor newspaper coverage of the event, which was ultimately unsuccessful. And in a very rare move of accountability, the members of the border police battalion that conducted the shootings were put on trial and convicted of murder. However, all of their sentences were either reduced or given outright presidential pardons. Sentences ranging as high as 17 years were reduced, such that no man spent more than 1 or 2 years behind bars, and the commander of the unit faced absolutely no consequences whatsoever. And furthermore, as recently as October 2021, attempts to have this massacre officially recognized by the Israeli state have all failed, the most recent vote of which in the Knesset was struck down by a 93-12 majority.
Which again, just continues the pattern of there being absolutely zero accountability on the part of the Israeli state. And again, I will emphasize that this was a series of 9 separate shooting events that occurred throughout the evening. So there was plenty of time for these people to realize that they were killing innocent women and children and adjust course or stop what they were doing. But they didn't. They just kept going throughout the night. This was no accident, I guess is what I'm saying. This was a deliberate targeting and massacring of unarmed men, women, and children. And also, to emphasize, there were more children killed than either adult men or adult women. And none of these people posed any threat to anybody or were even given an opportunity to defend themselves.
Number 5, the Sabra and Shatila massacre. During Israel's 1982 invasion of Lebanon, spearheaded by Ariel Sharon, with the stated goal of removing PLO fighters, Israeli forces besieged and bombarded West Beirut. Under a subsequent ceasefire deal brokered by the U.S. Reagan administration, the PLO evacuated Lebanon on August 21st with written assurances from the U.S. that the hundreds of thousands of Palestinian citizens they were leaving behind in refugee camps would be safe. On September 14th, the Lebanese president-elect who had allied himself with Israel was assassinated by a member of the Syrian Social Nationalist Party. To be clear, not a member of the PLO, not affiliated with the Palestinian refugees surrounded by the Israeli army at the time. But regardless, on September 15th, the Israelis falsely blamed the assassination on the PLO without evidence and used this as a pretext to violate the U.S.-brokered ceasefire agreement and invaded West Beirut, surrounding Sabra, a Palestinian refugee camp, and Shatia, a nearby residential neighborhood. And on the following day, the Israelis sent in their proxy militia forces, who proceeded to spend the next 48 hours brutally torturing and murdering untold thousands of unarmed civilian refugees. Survivor testimonies describe widespread rape, mutilation, and summary execution of men, women, children, and the elderly. There is no exact death count because the majority of bodies were buried in mass graves, making individual identification virtually impossible. Estimates by Israeli, Palestinian, and Lebanese investigative journalists range as high as 3,500 dead, and many, many others permanently mutilated, all within the span of 2 days. Now, the Israeli military did not directly kill these civilians, but they did arm and supply the people who did, and also surrounded the massacre for 2 full days and prevented anyone from escaping, and also fired illumination flares overhead so that the militia could see what they were doing, and also provided bulldozers after the fact that were used to dispose of the thousands of corpses more easily. UN General Assembly Resolution 37/123D declared this massacre an act of genocide, and Israel's own Kahan Commission found Defense Minister Ariel Sharon personally responsible.
And he was actually removed from his position as defense minister as a result of this. And I hear what you're saying. What? Somebody in Israel actually facing accountability and consequences for their actions? Not so fast. Because, as it turns out, he was able to serve in a number of different cabinet positions in the coming years and would eventually become prime minister. You know, at least here in the U.S., you know, we wait for people to become president and then they get to do war crimes. Doesn't usually work the other way around.
Hey there, folks. Hope you all are hanging in there okay. Why don't we take a break from the war crimes and maybe decompress a little bit, take a breather before diving back in. I do have a couple of really big announcements to make. First and foremost, as many of you are already aware, my Synagogue of Satan video was watched and reviewed by Head Mustache in Chief Ian friggin' Carroll, who I have been a fan of for years at this point, making this one of the coolest things that has ever happened to me. Yeah, he watched the entire video on his channel and had just a ton of really nice things to say about it, which is really cool.
This video is from a dude who I've never seen before. The Synagogue of Satan Conspiracy Theory Explained, and it's a hoot. It's a riot. That is some fucking content, bro. That is killing the game, if you will. That's very impressive work, and I'm not surprised that he's getting those kinds of views when he's making content this funny.
And he also had this to say.
And who knows, maybe he's like some Mossad psyop. I don't know.
They ask you how you are, and you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Guys, maybe I am a Mossad agent. Like this is one of those things where, like, if 7 different people call you a jerk, then you're probably a jerk. Have you heard that before? So, like, maybe I'm just full Manchurian candidate and I just have no idea. But, you know, I think the universe is trying to tell me something. No, but in all seriousness, like, Ian, dude, thank you so much. I can't even tell you how much that means to me. And you basically doubled my subscriber count overnight, single-handedly. So, you know, eternally in gratitude to you for that. I don't know if you'll ever see this or not, but thank you so much. And to everyone who came to hang out with me after watching his video, welcome to the channel. Appreciate all of you very much as well.
I'd also like to take this opportunity to introduce a new character to the Quigley cinematic universe. Everybody, please give it up for Henry, aka Rabbi Sucky.
Well, hey there, kids. Have you all been circumcised already?
Henry here is the vacuum cleaner that I left in the background of one of my previous videos like an absolute dingus, who was then subsequently named and brought to life by user Cousin Barnabas.
Thank you for giving me the spark of life, Barnabas. All the blood I spill is on your hands now.
Hey, Henry, I've always wondered, why do they call you Rabbi Sucky?
Oh, well, that's because I specialize in the ancient Hebrew tradition of Metzitza B'Peh.
Metzitza B'Peh? What even is that, Henry?
I don't think we're allowed to describe it on YouTube.
Well, fair enough, kids. You'll have to look that up on your own. This is your cultural enrichment of the day.
I also give private lessons.
Well, folks, unfortunately, I do have some bad news. You see, Henry here has been diagnosed with terminal stage 4 mouth cancer.
Wait, what? I have?
Yep, unfortunately, you performed entirely too many of those things that you were talking about just a second ago.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Why would you give me life only to take it away?
I'm so sorry, Henry. You know, I don't make the rules.
You literally do.
Now that's enough out of you. Time to go back into the liminal void.
Oh no.
If you'd like to keep Henry around as a recurring character, well, please contribute to his medical bills by signing up for a channel membership. It only costs $1, and for that you get early access to all of my videos. Plus, we're going to do a members-only Q&A video in the near future, so if you'd like to ask me a question that I answer in a video for everyone to see, sign up soon. There's a link to a Google form in the members-only section of the channel. Anyways, folks, without further ado, let's get back to the video.
The other thing you should do is hit the like and subscribe buttons on our boy Mr. Quigley's channel.
Number 6. The Ibrahimi Mosque Massacre. On February 25th of 1994, an American-born Israeli settler, Baruch Goldstein, wearing Israeli army fatigues and carrying an Israeli-made automatic assault rifle and 140 rounds of 5.56 in 4 magazines, entered the Ibrahimi Mosque during Ramadan morning prayers and opened fire on unarmed Palestinian worshippers, killing 29, including 6 children under the age of 15, and wounding 125 more before he was caught by the crowd of civilians and beaten to death. In an address to the Knesset, Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin referred to Goldstein as, quote, a shame on Zionism and an embarrassment to Judaism, which may sound like strong...
Sorry about that, guys. I had an important phone call I had to take, but I'm back.
Words until you remember that this is the same Prime Minister Rabin who oversaw the massacre and death march of Lydda a few decades earlier. So no.
No, I didn't have diarrhea. Please stop spreading fake news.
Robbie, baby, I think that in order for this man to be a shame on Israel, Israelis would have to be capable of experiencing shame to begin with, which...
Thank you, Piano Man.
They clearly...
Hey, Rachmaninoff. We love Rachmaninoff. Especially his second and third piano concerto. My goodness.
Really are not. So I think this guy fits right in, actually. The part that I find the most grotesque about this, other than the attack itself,
is the fact that Goldstein's grave became a settler pilgrimage site with people like this alleged human being coming to pay their respects. And in fact, according to a poll by the Smith Institute taken in early 2023,
This is the guy that shot up that mosque. Despicable. Look at this. He's a national hero. It's ridiculous.
For October 7th, I might add, around 10% of Israelis considered Goldstein to be a hero rather than a terrorist, with another 33% saying that they are, quote, undecided. Which means that nearly half of all Israeli citizens range anywhere from indifferent to outright hero worship in regards to a man who fired an automatic machine gun into a room full of unarmed people while they were praying. In the aftermath of the attack, several prominent Israeli religious leaders praised Goldstein.
He's a national hero?
At his funeral, Rabbi Yaakov Perrin said that even 1 million Arabs are, quote, not worth a Jewish fingernail. Another rabbi, Israel Ariel, called Goldstein
a loving, kind, gracious people, right?
Holy martyr. In response to the very understandable protests and public mourning by Palestinians in the wake of this attack, Israeli authorities responded by imposing strict curfews on Palestinians and progressively restricting Palestinian movement in Hebron, creating the apartheid-style separation regime that persists there to this day. One of the few cases that I'm aware of where a mass shooting event resulted in the collective punishment of the victim demographic. Number 7, the killing of Iman al-Hams. Fair warning, this one is rough and involves the brutal killing of a young schoolgirl. Okay? Iman al-Hams was a 13-year-old Palestinian girl who, on the morning of October 5th, 2004, was walking to school with her book bag in Rafah when she was shot.
Did we not just cover a story on this stream about 20 minutes ago where a Lebanese girl was car bombed by the Israelis as she was on her way to go to school and take an exam or something? Yeah, this happened more than 20 years ago.
Inexplicably, by IDF soldiers stationed in a nearby outpost. After she had been shot at least once and was lying wounded on the ground about 70 meters away from the outpost, clearly posing absolutely no threat to any human being alive, she was approached by an unidentified Israeli captain who shot her twice in the head at close range. He then briefly walked away from her body, only to return, set his rifle to automatic fire, and empty the rest of his magazine into her lifeless body. All of this was captured on CCTV camera. Witnesses reported that it was more than an hour before Israeli troops would allow medics to evacuate the body in an ambulance. A medical examination later revealed between 15 and 17 bullets lodged in this little girl's body. Initially, the soldiers involved claimed that she had been shot because they believed she was planting a bomb. However, recorded radio transmissions later revealed in court proved this to be an outright lie. At no point in the recordings did any soldier identify her as a threat or suggest that she was doing anything other than walking to school. And in fact, the recordings showed that the soldiers had described her accurately as about 10 and
they dishonor her even after her death.
Scared to death before opening fire on her. After an initial investigation was launched, the IDF released the following statement, quote, "The investigation did not find that the company or the company commander had acted unethically. The investigation concludes that the behavior of the company commander from an ethical point of view does not warrant his removal from his position. Nevertheless, due to public outcry, the captain was temporarily suspended and a trial was launched, during which the unnamed captain expressed no remorse over the killing and in fact said that he would have done the same if she were 3 years old."
And in spite of all of this, the video footage, the radio audio transcripts, and the captain's grotesque admission in court, he was acquitted of all charges. He faced absolutely no consequences. He was also reportedly promoted to major after all of this and was compensated to the tune of $15,000 USD for the inconvenience of having to sit through this trial, which, again, is very consistent with the track record of promoting and rewarding child murderers. So, there you go.
Number 8, Operation Cast Lead and the use of white phosphorus. Operation Cast Lead was a 22-day Israeli military operation that lasted from December 2008 to January 2009. The 6 months leading up to this operation were relatively peaceful, as Israel and Hamas had previously negotiated a ceasefire which was largely successful. On November 4th, Israel violated the ceasefire, surprise, surprise, by staging a raid into Gaza and killing 6 Hamas members. This caused a series of escalations which ultimately led to the initiation of Operation Cast Lead in the following month. The operation proceeded with an entire week of intense aerial bombing, followed by a joint air and land assault and invasion, and resulted in a greater combination of Palestinian deaths and destruction of property than in any previous Israeli offensive.
Yeah, it was the worst war crime to happen in the Gaza Strip amidst a whole litany of war crimes in the history of the Israeli occupation. It was the worst one, and one thing that should be mentioned also is the timing of it. He mentioned November 4th, 2008 was when they broke the ceasefire. Why did that happen? Well, it coincided with a U.S. election, the election of Barack Obama, while the entire Western world was in euphoria about the Americans electing a black president. The Israelis used that as a pretext, or not as a pretext, but as an opportunity to violate the ceasefire and create a pretext, basically, to ramp up the escalation, and that led to the Operation Cast Lead. And then also notice when it ended, 22 days later, January 20th, 2009, excuse me. What was that? That was the inauguration of Barack Obama. So Barack Obama, and this is something that the Israelis do a lot when there are big events happening in the United States while the world is looking another way. They will use that as, like I said, an opportunity to escalate. And so the way that Norman Finkelstein puts it in his book is that Barack Obama basically, he wanted a clean inauguration, okay? Can we get the Israelis to stop occupying the Gaza Strip, stop doing this war crime just for a little bit so we can have a nice little inauguration for our black president?
Around 1,400 Palestinians were killed, including more than 300 children, with an additional 5,000 wounded. More than 3,500 housing units were completely destroyed, and nearly 3,000 more were partially destroyed, leaving over 20,000 Palestinians homeless.
And there was a Jewish Zionist who was a South African lawyer who presided over the apartheid trial in South Africa, ruling that, yes, indeed, South Africa, or what was it? What's that word? See, now I can't remember what did they call the apartheid state? Anyway, it was the apartheid in South Africa. He ruled that, yes, it is an apartheid, and he was the one that was appointed the UN Fact-Finding Commission for Operation Cast Lead. He led the investigation by the UN to go in and determine what actually happened in Operation Cast Lead. And he famously issued the Goldstone Report, and this had a lot of credibility and legitimacy because, again, this guy was a Jewish Zionist. I mean, he was all for Israel. He was pro-Israel. That's sort of why he was picked. And even he found that the purpose of Operation Cast Lead was, quote, designed to terrorize, humiliate, and punish the civilian population in the Gaza Strip in order to fracture their society, just like what they're doing in Lebanon. And he was vilified for this report, and he later, because he felt so much pressure that the Zionists were going to end his career, basically, and they were defaming him, he had to issue like a rebuttal or an apology or a revision to his findings, which basically whitewashed all the crimes. So just a little bit of that saga for you.
Extensive damage to civilian infrastructure occurred, including almost 20,000 meters of water pipes destroyed, 4 water reservoirs, 11 water wells, as well as extensive damage to sewage networks, pumping stations, and more than $10 million in damage to electrical infrastructure. 18 schools were completely destroyed, including 8 kindergartens, and more than 250 others were severely damaged. This operation seemed to serve as a trial run for what would happen to Gaza in 2024 and onward.
On the other hand, this entire campaign resulted in only 13 Israeli deaths, and apparently 4 of those were due to friendly fire. So, yeah, clearly the Israelis were the victim in this situation. In addition to the wanton destruction of life and property, there were also a handful of more specific war crime allegations that came as a result of this campaign. But the one that we're going to talk about today is the use of white phosphorus.
White phosphorus is a chemical most commonly used in combat settings as an obscurant. When exposed to oxygen, it ignites and burns at about 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit.
They were dropping white phosphorus on Gaza and Lebanon like just a couple days ago.
And produces a smoke screen which can be used to cover troop movements.
They're probably dropping it on them right now.
However, it is also a toxic chemical which, when exposed to the skin or ingested in high enough doses, can result in numerous injuries, including severe third-degree chemical burns, liver and kidney damage or failure, internal bleeding, long-term cognitive impairment, coma, or death. If you're feeling brave, go ahead and do a Google image search for white phosphorus burn.
In March of 2009, Human Rights Watch published a 71-page report titled Rain of Fire, which documented proof that IDF had exploded dozens of white phosphorus shells in midair directly over densely populated areas, including residential neighborhoods, schools, a UN compound, and Al-Quds Hospital in Gaza City. Donatella Rivera, a researcher at Amnesty International, said about the use of white phosphorus, its repeated use in this manner, despite evidence of its indiscriminate effects and its toll on civilians, is a war crime. One report from the Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza reported that in the 2 years following the white phosphorus exposure, between July and September of 2009, when compared to the same period in 2008, they noted a 60% increase in children born with birth defects and a 110% increase in blood cancer. Number 9. The Great March of Return. For 18 months, from March of 2018 till December of 2019, tens of thousands of Palestinians in Gaza engaged in a series of weekly demonstrations along the Israel-Gaza border. The protests were largely nonviolent, with some minor skirmishes near the border fence.
I gotta hit stop. Why? What's gonna happen?
Injury or casualty to the Israeli side were...
I mean, the thing about it is, like, this is a YouTube video, but then again, I play YouTube videos on my live stream, and then they get taken down for some reason.
Extremely minimal.
Even though the video doesn't get taken down, just me watching it is bad.
However, according to the International Committee of the Red Cross, over 13,000 Palestinians were wounded by live ammunition during just the first year of the protests, with some 1,400 Palestinians struck by at least 3 bullets each. A UN independent commission of inquiry, with which Israel did not cooperate, found reasonable grounds to believe Israeli forces committed war crimes and crimes against humanity, with snipers deliberately targeting clearly marked journalists, medics, children, and other nonviolent observers. On many occasions, Israeli snipers were found to deliberately target civilians and shoot them in the legs, and in particular the kneecaps, resulting in nearly 160 injuries that required amputation, including on 30 children, and over 1,200 others that suffered complex limb injuries requiring intensive reconstruction to avoid amputation. Some of the highlights from that UN Commission report included a 21-year-old student who had just arrived at the demonstration about a kilometer away from the fence line. Israeli snipers shot him in the left leg, and then after a few seconds, the right leg. His injuries required 7 surgeries to avoid amputation. Jeez. Another 19-year-old student journalist who was wearing a clearly visible blue press vest, standing at least 800 meters away from the fence line, who was shot twice, once in each kneecap in quick succession. His right leg required amputation. A 17-year-old schoolboy who was distributing water and onions to people who were suffering the effects of tear gas. He was shot from behind in the right leg and required amputation. Fuck. A 64-year-old woman who was shot in the left leg just above the knee while attempting to help other protesters who had been shot. According to her, she had removed her veil to reveal her face under the incorrect assumption that the IDF would not shoot an unarmed elderly woman. And in what was perhaps the worst example I could find, a 16-year-old schoolboy, approximately 300 meters from the fence line, who was handing out sandwiches. He was shot in the face with a single bullet which entered through his nose and exited the back of his skull. Fuck. Miraculously, he survived, but suffered a fractured jaw and is now deaf in one ear and has lost his sense of taste and smell. These are just a handful of examples.
Think about all the ones that were mutilated and maybe they survived, and like, look at their quality of life now. That, like, so many untold stories of people living like this now for the rest of their lives.
Of the many people that the commission found that were shot that posed absolutely no imminent threat of death or serious injury to any Israeli soldiers when shot.
Yep, everything you think the Nazis did in the hologram were done by these same Chosenites. We were lied to. We keep reading these Maxwell textbooks and Schofield Bibles. It's all by design.
Meanwhile, on the other hand,
thank you, Reggie,
I could find only one Israeli fatality and 4 injuries reported during this entire 18 months of protest.
But don't forget the cherry tomato, guys. Ugh. I mean, just trying to, I mean, God damn it. Oh, man.
So it would seem that the use of force was almost completely unnecessary and excessive. Number 10, the killing of Hind Rahab. On January 29th, 2024, a Palestinian family of 7 was fleeing Gaza in a Kia Picanto when an IDF tank fired an explosive round at them, immediately killing 5 of the family
I don't think I've ever seen a picture of the car.
Members, leaving alive only 5-year-old Hind Rahab and 15-year-old Layan Hamada.
Okay, so this is the phone call you guys are talking about.
The latter of whom immediately called the Palestinian Red Crescent Society and asked for help. Hamada informed the emergency staff that they were being targeted by a tank and that the tank was getting closer. Shortly after the phone call begins, you can hear the car being ripped into by automatic gunfire, and Hamada was killed. When the PRCS called back, 5-year-old Hind Rahab picked up. She told them that she was still alive and begged them to come and save her. 2 paramedics, Youssef Zeno and...
She said she didn't want to talk because when she talks, blood comes out of her mouth and it gets on her shirt. And her mother, who is now dead, she was worried about getting scolded by her mom for dirtying her shirt. Just heartbreaking.
Ahmed al-Madhoun were dispatched to rescue her after getting permission from the IDF to do so. They approached the scene in a clearly marked ambulance along an IDF-approved route, with lights and sirens flashing. And then, just as they saw the car, they were also hit by an explosive IDF tank round, presumably from
cowards, man. These are the most shameless, spineless people on the planet. I say people in quotations.
Same tank, which killed both men instantly. Their deaths were also audio recorded.
I didn't know about
An
that.
investigation by Forensic Architecture placed the IDF tank only about 20 meters from either of the vehicles and concluded that the tank operator would have been able to clearly see inside the first vehicle and see that it contained children, and also very clearly see that the second vehicle was an ambulance with flashing lights and a siren running. Nevertheless, a total of 335
I like how they forensically went in and reconstructed this.
bullets were fired into the car containing the children after it had already been detonated by an explosive round. Israel publicly denied responsibility and in fact denied that there were even troops in the area at the time, which was demonstrated to be completely false.
Like they're so proud, I thought, though. They're so proud of their work. Why are they not, why are they lying about it? Shouldn't they, you know?
But of course, no accountability, no prosecutions, not even an apology or an acknowledgement have been forthcoming. By the way, recordings of these phone calls were made publicly available and can be found online. I have a link in the source document if you'd care to listen, but I will play a portion here.
الو مرحبا عمو. الو مرحبا.
بتدخل علينا. الدبابة جنبي.
انتوا متخبيين؟
في السيارة احنا جنبينا الدبابة.
انتوا جوا السيارة؟ الو الو.
Jesus. That is rough.
Guys, this one really messed me up. Like, I have a niece that's that age, and sorry, that one anyway, I don't know what to say about it. Let's move on. Number 11, the Sadeh Taman detention camp abuses. I know that I said I was going to keep this to a list of 10, but this one was requested by a lot of people, so I figured I would give a little bit of attention to it. I almost didn't include this one at all because it's still a developing story, and anything that I say about it right now may not be relevant or accurate in coming years if more information comes out. But on the other hand,
the allegation of systemic and widespread sexual assault in Israeli detention facilities has been around for years now. So we're going to touch on it a little bit. By the way, fair warning, we're going to talk about violent sexual assault in this section. If that's not something you're here for, skip to the next chapter.
Stay Teman, an Israeli military base near Gaza that was turned into a temporary detention facility after October 7th, became infamous in 2024 for allegations of widespread physical, psychological, and sexual abuse of Palestinian detainees. Investigations by human rights groups, detainee testimony, as well as testimony from Israeli whistleblowers who worked there and provided photographs to the press, described inhumane conditions to include detainees being kept shackled to beds, blindfolded, and in diapers for extended periods of time, as well as beatings, broken bones, electrocution, sometimes to genitalia, medical neglect, including amputations from infected handcuff wounds, and sexual violence, including object penetration. The biggest flashpoint was a July 2024 incident caught on leaked CCTV, which showed a group of soldiers crowded around a Palestinian detainee. These soldiers were accused
I did, Mikey. I banned them. I banned them, yeah. I haven't watched that.
Of severely abusing the detainee during an alleged body search, and were accused of beating him and using a sharp object on his rectum, leaving him with broken ribs, a rectal tear, lung injuries, and other physical trauma that left him unable to walk. The leaked video led to the arrest of 9 of the involved soldiers, which was infamously protested by a crowd of right-wing agitators who stormed the base in support of the arrested individuals.
So now this is what makes these allegations of sexual abuse so egregious to me. Not just that they almost certainly have happened, but more so the publicly favorable sentiment that has been brought out in Israeli culture in response to these allegations. Basically, the sentiment is this: it's totally not true that we're sexually abusing prisoners, and if you say that we are, then you're anti-Semitic and committing blood libel. But at the same time, even if we were sexually assaulting these people, we would be completely justified in doing so. And in fact, it would be a morally righteous thing for us to do, which is just a wild position to take, to be able to hold both of those things in your head at the same time. That it isn't true and it's an evil thing to say, but also if it were true, it would be a righteous thing to do. To me, it just serves as more evidence that when Zionists cite blood libel, they don't actually care. They don't care. They don't care what you think of them. They don't have shame. They're just using accusations of blood libel to control the narrative. That's it. That's all that it is. Let me show you a few examples of this cultural response that I'm talking about.
Meir
Said it's doubtful.
Mazuz, a prominent Israeli rabbi with close ties to Benjamin Netanyahu, gave his blessing to one of the soldiers accused of sexual assault in a video that went viral. He was quoted in that meeting to have said, "And what if it were true? Don't we have the right to act like this?" Similar sentiments were also expressed.
Act like what? Demons?
By Likud Knesset member Hanok Milwidsky when asked whether it was legitimate to insert a stick into a person's rectum. He shouted back, "Yes, if he is a nukba, everything is legitimate to do. Everything."
And as a final cherry on top, I found this little gem of an interaction on mainstream Israeli television.
It's like a supercut of all the fucking depraved clips that we've seen over the past 3 years plus.
אני חושב שבכל נסיבה שהיא יחדיר חפץ. בגדול, עוד פעם, זה מעניין לי את האחוז מה עשו לאיש חמאס הזה. אני כל הזמן זוכר, קודם כל, הדבר היחיד שמבחינתי הוא בעיה פה, זה שזו לא איזושהי מדיניות מוסדרת של המדינה להתעלל בעצירים. כי בגדול, זה גם, קודם כל מגיע להם, וזה אחלה נקמה שאנחנו צריכים לתת להם. ודבר שני, אולי זה גם ישמש אותנו קצת יותר כהרתעה. רק חבל שלא עושים את זה בצורה ממוסדת, כחלק מתקנון התעללות בארבוע.
It's a shame that we don't do it in an institutionalized way. He's like, the only real shame of it isn't that the fact that we do this, it's that we don't have infrastructure devoted to this. We need a whole supply chain.
כי אז החבר'ה הבאים שיחשבו לעשות לנו 7 באוקטובר יגידו, אתם רואים מה עושים להם בישראל? אל תחשבו על זה בכלל.
Yeah,
שהדברים
see,
של
you heard what he
ג'וש...
said?
הוא לא אמר, איך חצוף לך כבר?
That's the Israeli philosophy, is what he just said. He's like, he's basically saying we have to do all this crazy sadistic shit because we have to send a message. Do not fuck with the Jews.
ודבר שני, אולי זה גם ישמש...
See, and secondly, maybe it will also serve us as a little more as a deterrent.
אותנו קצת יותר כהרתעה. רק חבל שלא...
It's just a shame that we don't do it in an institutionalized way as part of regulations for torture of prisoners.
עושים את זה בצורה ממוסדת.
And when they say prisoners, they mean kidnapped hostages, children.
כחלק מתקנון התעללות באסירים, כי אז החבר'ה הבאים...
Because then the next guys who think about doing another October 7th...
שיחשבו לעשות לנו 7 באוקטובר יגידו, אתם רואים מה עושים להם בישראל?
Yeah, we'll say, do you see what's happening in Israel? Don't even think about it. Be cool with your occupation, Palestinians. Because it could get a whole lot worse.
תחשבו על זה בכלל. שהדברים של ג'וש...
רגע, הוא לא אמר. איך חצוף לך כבר? הוא לא אמר. אבל רגע, תן לו לדבר.
חבל שאומרים דברים כאלה בשידור. חבל שאומרים דברים כמו שאתה אומר בשידור. מחלישים את העם.
They're so edgy, right? Gosh.
האויב רואה את זה, רואה כמה אתה רופס, כמה אתה רוצה את ההגות.
רגע, לא נואמים.
So you heard that right. It is flaccid to not want to gang rape unarmed POWs. What more is there to say?
Like, again, imagine that there was a prison facility in your home country and that allegations of systemic physical, psychological, and sexual abuse had been leveled against the people that were running that facility. And then imagine that prominent religious leaders and politicians and political commentators came out into the public eye with no shame whatsoever and said, it's totally a good thing if those things were to happen. It's a righteous thing. And you're a pussy if you don't want those things to happen. And then imagine being surprised and whinging when it turns out that the rest of the planet hates your guts. Anyway. Moving on. In March of 2026, the IDF's top military lawyer dropped all charges against the 9 soldiers, citing, quote, exceptional circumstances. And to be clear, they didn't drop the charges because it didn't happen. They dropped the charges because the video footage was leaked. Because supposedly, this leaked footage somehow compromised the judicial process, which isn't how any of that works. But you know, whatever. The soldiers were later cleared to return to reserve duty, and indeed the only person who faced any real consequences was the former military advocate general who leaked the video footage. She was forced to resign and is currently under investigation for obstruction of justice, fraud, abuse of office, and other related charges.
Probably anti-Semitism.
So all of this paints
too.
a very bleak picture as to the truth of these allegations. And the last 80 years of Israelis just completely avoiding any accountability for war crimes doesn't help either. Which is why so many people are taking the recent New York Times opinion editorial by Nicholas Kristof very seriously. Which is the dog stuff. Yeah. So, look, there's already been some amount of reporting on this. I would highly recommend that you go and look up the original article by Nicholas Kristof, but also Owen Jones has been reporting on this for a minute. The main thing that I want to point out is that these allegations of the use of dogs in this way is not new. It's just new to the mainstream.
That's
Unfortunately, right. From what I can tell, the evidence of the use of dogs in this way is limited to either firsthand or secondhand testimony. We don't have any forensic evidence. We don't have any whistleblowers for this specific claim yet. So does that mean that I am comfortable telling you that it is absolutely definitively true? No. But am I comfortable personally believing that it is true? 115% yes. But even if it were true, and even if we did have forensic evidence or whistleblowers, or even if we knew with concrete evidence that it was absolutely true, do I believe that anyone would be facing any accountability for it at all? Obviously not. So unfortunately, in terms of accountability, it's kind of a moot point
Whether it's true or not, nobody is going to face any consequences. So the only conclusion that we can come to is that there is clear institutional systemic enablement and protection for this kind of sexual abuse to occur, and that the entire Israeli culture, apparently, is willing to just turn a blind eye to it. Anyways, those are the top 10 or 11 worst Israeli war crimes of all time. Now it is time for our dishonorable mentions. These are the war crimes that did not make the top 10 list, but were in the running, and that I think are worth mentioning. There is, of course, the infamous attack on the USS Liberty in June of 1967. This is where Israel attacked a very, very clearly marked U.S. ship with cannons, rockets, and napalm, killing 34 U.S. soldiers and wounding 171 more. This one is vile, but I feel like a lot of people in the U.S. have already heard of it by now, and I wanted to prioritize things that were less well known. There's also the Bar el-Bakar primary school bombing on April 8th of 1970. This is where the Israeli Air Force dropped 5 bombs into a single-story, 2-room Egyptian primary school, killing 46 children and wounding 50 more. They then later tried to justify it by saying that the Egyptians had put elementary students in a military base. Yeah, okay, asshole. And of course, there's just everything to do with Gaza and Lebanon and Iran since October 7th. Like, I could have done another entire video just on Gaza.
Yeah, it's kind of fitting that if you're going to do a top 10 about Israel, okay, what's the topic? Well, war crimes.
The indiscriminate bombings, the deliberate use of starvation tactics to include firing live ammo at unarmed civilians at food distribution sites, the blockading of multiple flotillas carrying food and medical supplies, the
good old days, Saeed. It's a classic. Where is Mr. Oogie Boogie?
Destruction of agricultural land, bakeries, and food production infrastructure. There's a lot. But as with the USS Liberty, I wanted to focus on things that most people had not already been paying attention to. Oh, and also 9/11. Yeah, the Israelis did that one too. You want to fight about it? Come find me in the comments. I'm ready to go. In conclusion.
Allegedly.
I would like to reiterate that this is not a comprehensive list, and not by a mile. Okay, I had to narrow this down.
Yeah, I was thinking, look at how much fucking time this guy put into this well-made video. And it's very urgently necessary, of course, but I just think how fucking sick of a society. It's like, if you're going to do a little snapshot, top 10 of Israeli society, you got to talk about literally the worst acts of all humanity that you could possibly conjure up. That is Israel for you.
A lot. I didn't even get to any of the hundreds of known Mossad assassinations.
He didn't even talk about Operation Protective Edge, which was, in terms of damage and scale, was even worse than Operation Cast Lead.
Or the 260 journalists that Israel has killed since October 7th. Yeah. I would also like to
You can't even make a top 10. You need like a top 100.
And emphasize the total lack
of... The whole society is built on war crimes.
Shame or accountability on the part of just Israeli culture generally, or on the part of the Zionist shills that we have here in the U.S. that are defending Israel. Both on an institutional level and at a cultural level, there seems to be an allergy to any kind of acknowledgement of wrongdoing. And I think it's because if there was an acknowledgement of that wrongdoing, then there would have to be an acknowledgement of the overwhelming amount of debt that is owed to the hundreds of thousands of victims of Israeli war crimes over the last 80 years. And an acknowledgement of that debt would require...
Probably in the millions now.
Some kind of reconciliation of that debt to the people that were harmed.
I mean, 750,000 were expelled to the Gaza Strip. So, or no, that was 250,000. But 750,000 total from the Nakba, right?
And of acknowledgement of the evil that is being perpetuated today in Lebanon and Iran and Gaza and the West Bank. Anyway, so...
Speaking of extinction, Israel is going through its extinction burst right now. Think about that. Why is everybody talking about Israel? Why? Well, we know why, but they're thrashing out, man. They're crashing out hard. This is the culmination of settler colonialism, an 80-year project. It didn't go well.
Now comes the part where people will ask me, okay, so we know Israel is evil, so what do we do about it? Well, I don't think that there's any chance of reasoning with these people. I think that as long as they're capable of doing evil, they're just going to continue doing it. It's a sickness. So at the very least, we in the U.S. need to completely cut ties with this. We have to just financially, militarily, politically just sever everything, divest. Israel is a...
We're going to be forced to eventually. There's no way it's going to continue.
Cancer that has metastasized here in the U.S., and we need to excise that cancer from within our political structure and culture generally. I think that it starts and ends with funding. I really do. Like, I think that if Israel didn't have the kind of financial and military support that we provide to them, they wouldn't be able to get away with
The old world is dying, the new one is being born. Now is the time of monsters.
half of what they do. Like, they can only be so belligerent and evil because they know that they're protected by the American war machine. So we need to cut off funding, and we need to remove from office every single politician that is in any way even remotely attached to that funding. Look, when it comes down to it,
Let's elect this man to Congress.
I'm not an answers guy, okay? I'm
But you're giving us some good answers right now. Don't sell yourself short.
good at pointing out the problem. I'm not clear on what the solution is specifically. Anyways, folks, this one took a lot out.
This is the only extinction that needs to be accelerated in order to prevent the mass extinction that will inevitably come if this extinction doesn't happen first.
Out of me, I may need to take a
few
break
days
from
off.
Israel
Yeah, just
for
take
a
a
video
day.
or two.
Yeah.
Just it's
I
not
feel
doing
ya. I
anything
feel
for
you,
my
pal.
blood pressure. If you got
Mhm.
value out of this video, please consider signing up for
Yeah, for sure. Mr. Quigley on YouTube. You guys have been asking, what is his channel? Here it is. Oops. He is Mr. Quigley. Oh, I can't. I have this new master chat box that doesn't allow me to share. I don't think it does, at least. Let me see. Maybe I can. I just didn't realize. Did that work? I think it worked. Anyway, that's his link for his channel. Okay, we did it. We sat through. We got through. We learned, of course, a lot of the stuff we already knew, but it's good to, I hate to say freshen up, but you have to stay intellectually armed for self-defense against these Zio turds when they try to tell us that Israel has the right to defend itself. No, it the fuck does not.
In a very short time. It could be a year. It could be...
Fuck you, Nosferatu. Let's get a little bit of a palate cleanser, if you will. We're gonna put on the Oogie Boogie Man and watch it for the duration of the remainder of the stream, just to lighten the mood. No, I'm just kidding. Mikey, you say there are laws in place that corporations from divesting from Israel, because if they do, it disqualifies federal subsidies. Also states that divest lose funding for national right. I don't know. It's kind of clunkily written, but I think I see your point. Yes, and it makes me think about the Section 224 of the NDAA, this National Defense Policy legislation, which ties and tethers the IDF to the Pentagon, apparently. I mean, as if they have needed any more formality. But I haven't really covered that, but that's also another developing story that we could talk about. But let's get the latest and the greatest from Larry Johnson. Let's take a look at this.
Deal is near. They just got...
This will be... See, he's been on it and concerning the developments with this war. So let's take a look a little bit, and we won't watch the whole thing probably. Let's see if he's got any new information for us.
So,
very nice. I remember we went to Florida once, and we had one of our own to enjoy. This was like 25 years doing in Lebanon as a complete the government is intent on trying to jeopardize.
Yes, Duchess, I did hear about this. I think we need to divest from Apple, don't we? The new iPhone 17 has the Israeli chips. I didn't know what the name of it. You came with the receipts here. C1X 5G. in it, which is the same chips. Was it? No. Is that real? Holy shit. The same chips that were used in the pager attack? The C1X? Is that true? Can somebody find me an article that verifies that? Because that is just everything that we thought it would be, right? It's like as soon as we heard that, you know, Apple was announcing the new chip for the iPhones was going to be Israeli made, we're thinking about the Lebanese pagers. I'm thinking, okay, so the new iPhones are equipped to explode. Given your Palantir social credit score, if it dips below a certain number, your fucking phone will explode. Is that what's going on? It's crazy, man. And we see it all. And everyone is up in arms about Israel. And then you hear these news where it's like, oh, we're going harder. Well, now, you know, Israel's designing the new Apple chip. Oh, now they've got this national defense policy where they're going to be baked into the Pentagon chain of command or whatever. I could be mischaracterizing that, but it's essentially what it is. Anyway, pretty crazy stuff, pretty crazy times. And like somebody said in the chat a little bit earlier, you see what they're doing to the Palestinians. This is exactly what they're going to do to us. It's only the only thing that separates it is time. And you can also think of Gaza as the laboratory. It's a Palantir laboratory. And everything, they've already started the same AI software that they use to target Palestinians. They're giving that to ICE. They're giving that to NYPD, the LAPD, the NOPD. They've been doing this it's already happened. I just assume every gadget I touch is Israeli made. It's got some sort of Israeli backdoor integration. You know, the Mossad can find you. But I don't want to, you know, doom you out and gloom you out because fuck these people. And we shouldn't be scared. And I think also it's a bit overblown, probably, because they want you to think that they actually control more than they actually control, to get you to be apathetic, to get you to fear, and to make you small. And better behave yourself. Israel's watching. Well, to that I say, fuck you, Israel.
Peace deal, right?
Yeah.
Process more broadly.
Well, the Iran ended the talks yesterday, and would only restart them if the United States makes a number of.
I will chimp out as damn well as I please, Thugbone. Thank you very much.
Sessions, or
sorry for yelling.
Or, you know, one, they stop the Israeli attacks in Lebanon. No attacks on Beirut, but other comments by some of the members of the IRGC indicate stop Israel's attacks entirely in southern Lebanon and in Gaza. That hasn't happened yet. And to cease attacking Iranian positions around Qeshm Island and Bandar Abbas. That hasn't happened. So, and then the Iranians, according to a source that provided information to myself and Pepe Escobar together.
This is the big news, by the way.
This source indicated.
We're chimp maxing, Thugbone. You see that? Me and Tom Jones, we're out here chimp maxing. So, eat your heart out.
We got this information last Thursday, and he said, one.
You paying attention to this? This is important.
Iran's going to pull out of the talks. Two, Iran's going to withdraw from the non-proliferation treaty. And three, Iran will do a demonstration, a detonation of a nuclear bomb.
So one out of three of those things that he just said has happened already. So he said he received this news from an intelligence source embedded in, I don't know if it's Pakistan military or IRGC, but the fact of the matter is that that source revealed to Larry Johnson last week that Iran was going to suspend the peace talks Monday. That is exactly what they did. And that same source told him two other things that have yet to happen. The second of which is that they will pull out of the non-proliferation treaty. So everyone's expecting that to happen. I, for one, already thought that the non-proliferation treaty was moot. Maybe this is more just a formality, a message, but I mean, we already know the IAEA was basically infiltrated by Mossad, and they were duplicitous, and they were, Iran didn't even already trust the institution that was empowered to administer the non-proliferation treaty and, make sure it was credible. So the third thing was that Iran will detonate a nuclear weapon to demonstrate it has nuclear deterrence. Now, I do remember that Scott Ritter thought that this was a laughable talking point, so I wonder what he would say to this now, because he was very adamant about saying that, about the position that Iran should not acquire a nuclear weapon. That would be catastrophic. And I didn't really trust his arguments there, but I always felt like, makes sense, when you're being accused of having a nuclear weapon and you don't have a nuclear weapon, you better fucking get yourself a nuclear weapon. That's the meme, right? So the meme is 100% true if we're going to, as we see this transpire and, this latest development. So it remains to be seen if all of these three things come true. We know the first one has come true, but the second two, the second and the third one have not yet come to fruition.
We'll see how reliable the source is. The first thing he predicted happened on Monday.
Reliable.
So we now know what to look for with respect to number 2 and then number 3.
Well, the testing of a nuclear weapon, Larry, would be, I think, universally declared.
John Mearsheimer, also, I was listening to him earlier. He disagrees with Larry Johnson at this point. He says he finds it hard to believe that the likes of Pakistan or Russia would provide a nuclear weapon to Iran. But that isn't what Larry Johnson claims, and that's not what his source claimed. His source claimed that the know-how, the technical expertise to construct a nuclear weapon was given to Iran, not necessarily a nuclear weapon, but the technical knowledge to get it done was provided by Russia. But John Mearsheimer earlier today was like, I find it hard to believe that Russia would supply Iran with a nuclear weapon, so I think it's a bogus report. And then he said, if you test a nuclear weapon, you have to have more than just one. So if you have to test it, and then you have to have other nuclear weapons to establish deterrence, because you can't just test the one that you have and say, okay, you should fear us. Because even if Israel knows that you have another nuclear weapon, according to John Mearsheimer, even if they know you have another nuclear weapon, that doesn't necessarily establish deterrence, because then they're going to try to go after that one nuke that you have. So you have to have, a whole cache of nukes, basically, to establish nuclear deterrence. Who knows, though? Who knows what the real story is? Who knows how many Iran is prepared to make or has made? But it seems like all signs are pointing to the fact that Iran is going nuclear, and I find that so funny in a dark kind of way, because what has Netanyahu been crying about for the past 40 years? Iran's going to get a nuclear weapon. We've heard it. Is it going to be 6 weeks? It's going to be 6 months? It's going to be in a year? It could be 3 days. He's been saying the same story for 40 years. And the moment that, what was the reason for them going to war? Is like, well, they can't have a nuclear weapon. Well, just by you doing everything, all the things that you're doing actually made them have a nuclear weapon. Now they have the nuclear weapon. You got rid of the leader that said, no, we shouldn't have a nuclear weapon. We're going to have a fatwa against that. And you installed essentially in the succession, the new guy on the block is like, no, fuck that. We're going to get a nuke. Moshtaba Khomeini's like, gave the blessing. There is no more fatwa against having a nuke if you're Iran.
By the international community, regardless of who you are. I think most people agree that even the Chinese and Russians don't really want a nuclear Iran. Or you disagree?
Well, no, actually, Iran will be doing this
since 1900 BC. They've been 2 weeks away.
With the support of the Chinese.
I thought it was 3000 BC, maybe.
And the Russians.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Why would
they're putting Israel on notice. Don't even
wait. Let's go back. He mentions the Russians. Never miss a golden opportunity to slight the Russians. I've learned. He's not slighting the Russians, but it's a joke.
Well, no, actually, Iran will be doing this with the support of the Chinese and the Russians.
Okay, there you go.
Why would
they're putting Israel on notice. Don't even think about it because they worry
Chinese
that
are very, very behind the scenes. They never, from what I understand, they never they never publicly talk about what they're doing. It's all very behind the scenes. They're very crafty, those Chinese, those Chinamen.
Israel is in the hands of crazy people, and they're not completely suicidal.
No, but you made a lot of claims that have been correct. Some haven't turned out.
Thank you, Nurse Juliana, with the $60 super chat. That is big time. You are such a nice friend of the stream. Nurse Juliana's been working overtime. She missed her favorite comrade. Well, sad to have missed the Butch interview, but I wrote his name on my ballot. Oh, fuck yeah. That's awesome. I didn't even... We should be covering that. The fucking California governor primary is today. And I'm very happy to hear that you did the morally correct thing right in Butch where. We need to check in and see how that's developing. But today is the big day. Shame on me for not talking about it sooner. I blame Saeed. It's all his fault. It's always his fault. Never forget. But that's good to hear. And you did miss the Butch interview, but I do have it still available. It's on the YouTube live part of my channel, and it's also available on Twitch and my Patreon. So for free, of course. Oh, you were talking about site. Well, excuse me. I stand corrected. Thank you, nurse, for putting me in my place. How dare I? Saeed is and all of you are such a blessing to me, and I'm very humbled by all of you. And Saeed is kind of like a big bro to me. He's like or maybe I'm like his fourth son. Maybe he needs to nickname his family Ramas. Just add an R in there, Saeed, for Rathbone. Because the joke is that if you take the first letter of each member of his family, it actually spells out Hamas. So he might be actually an operative, an Iranian proxy, if you will. We don't know, actually. It's quite a mystery. But we're going to get to the bottom. He's good. He's good. He's all right. Well, you've been supporting me, so I feel like, I'm kind of part of the family now. It's just a joke. He's my daddy. Yeah.
And
yeah,
the Iranians
I said it, Billy Bo.
A nuclear weapon detonation would be the first in, quite a while. I mean, the North Koreans like to do their missile testing, but...
Right.
He's the father that stepped up. Okay, Bergamot, you did get the joke. Okay, great.
Explain to me why the Chinese...
I'm doing the bit too long. Okay, I should move on. Got it.
Russians would want a nuclear weapon from Iran, or a nuclear-capable Iran, because China said just when Trump was in Beijing that he didn't want a nuclear Iran. So are they just trying
that's what Trump... Why do you believe what Trump says?
No,
I mean, can you give me one example where what Trump has said has actually turned out to be true?
That's a great
He's
point.
made for the last 8 weeks, has insisted that there is an imminent deal. The deal is near. They just got one more thing to finish, and the deal is closed. He's been lying the entire time.
Well, of course he has. But I was talking about Xi Jinping, actually. Xi Jinping said that they don't want Iran that's capable of launching a nuclear.
Xi Jinping made no such statement in public.
Yes, he did.
To my knowledge, did he?
Yeah.
Or was it Trump?
Why were
Was
the
it Trump?
Chinese and the Russians on the JCPOA in the first place, then?
No, well, that was 10, 11 years ago.
Yeah, let's
But
get
now
to the bottom of this.
Situation's changed. You've had
What did she say, and when did she say it?
You've had 2 surprise attacks, unjustified attacks, in the midst of actual negotiations where Iran was willing to say, "Hey, we don't want a nuke, and we're willing to provide guarantees." In fact, they had provided. They'd signed on.
You guys are fucking ganging up on me, and you act like I don't see it, but I see it. Okay, I know all. I see all. I know when you're sleeping. I know when you're awake. I'm like fucking Santa Claus. All right, but just watch your fucking mouth around me. All right, that's all I ask.
The JCPOA. It was the United States that walked away from that, not Iran. And so, from just a game theory standpoint, after repeated attacks to destroy Iran, to decapitate it, to try to destroy the leadership, to dismantle it, the natural thing for a country to do to ensure that it's not attacked by the United States is for it to have a nuclear weapon. That's logical. And it's not China that's running around attacking countries. It's not Russia.
Guys, it's logical, all right?
That is running around the world attacking countries. Yes, Russia's attacking Ukraine in response to NATO
enlargement,
repeated NATO provocations.
Mm-hmm.
But here's Iran has been victimized twice within a year.
Oh my God, Larry Johnson is a Russian apologist. Wow, he wants to date Putin. Can't believe you just said
I
that.
agree with some of that, but again, Larry, there's a difference between a nation state launching a kinetic war, completely unjustified, as a war of choice. I think we know how much we agree on that. But to go to the extent to actually get a nuclear weapon, which is what MAD is all about, it's quite a big level difference.
What's the difference? I'm not following the logic here.
What do you mean? What's the difference between nuclear war and conventional war?
Yeah, what's the difference? All the difference is you get a bigger explosion and you have some radioactivity, but you're still killing people.
Yeah, there's still the escalation ladder there. That's true. You're still killing people.
And in fact, the United States during the last year of the war with Japan, they killed more people with conventional bombs than they did with the atomic bombs.
Good point.
Right.
Yeah. No, it's just you're investing it. It's the possibility.
I mean, think about it. We don't say that a nuclear bomb has been dropped on Gaza. We say the equivalent of something like 14 nuclear bombs have been dropped on Gaza. What's the difference? It's like he said, maybe there's radiation, but I mean, they're poisoning their water supply. It's not far different. It's not. It's in fact, it's worse.
Of massive use of nuclear weapons it's a more effective killing machine. But let's not pretend that there's like good war and bad war.
Not sure anyone said that, did they?
Well, no, I'm not saying that you said that.
Look at this guy. He's being Peter's getting defensive. Peter's upset. He's like, Larry Johnson disagrees with me. Wow.
You're drawing a distinction.
Thank you, Mr. Gingerly Bread Man, for the follow.
When you call it kinetic war and atomic war.
Well, it is a big distinction. There's the whole
okay, what is that big distinction?
Well, my father can tell you better since he's a PhD.
No, I'm asking you. What is that big distinction?
Well, the entire doctrine that applies to it, in psychology, the entire ramifications that come from it. You can't seriously be suggesting that the Iranians having an IRGC Iranian Navy military is the same as a nuclear weapon. It's in the same sort of... If Putin uses a warhead, if the Israelis use a warhead in the battlefield, it completely changes the dynamics of the war.
Dude, it just feels like Larry is dog walking this guy.
Completely unhinges the escalation ladder, because the whole point we're talking about when we talk about escalation is within the realms of kinetic warfare.
It provides for more destruction. It does increase dramatically the number of non-combatants that would be killed. But this.
Why did apartheid South Africa give up their nuclear weapons?
I don't know. They're probably foolish to do so.
Yes,
if they kept it, the likelihood of being attacked by an outsider is far reduced. That's one of the reasons North Korea got those weapons and did so with the help of AQ Khan to resist being hit by the United States and by South Korea.
No,
it seems to be a pretty effective strategy so far.
No, it is. And whilst we're having a good debate here, I think, bottom line, I am in agreement with you that the idea of a deterrence as a nuclear weapon is the single highest
he stands down.
That's why the Japanese, the South Koreans are thinking that they might need their own nuclear weapons because they can't rely on the umbrella of the United States anymore. So in that argument, right, to take your side for point of argument, the Iranians...
It's not my side. I'm simply reporting what a source who's got knowledge and access is saying. And they're saying that Iran is now threatened that it will use or produce and use a nuke in a demonstration fashion in order for deterrence against the possibility of attacks by the United States and Israel. I'm not advocating one way or the other. I'm simply reporting what this knowledgeable source is claiming is underway. And he gave 3 indicators. And he said one will happen, then 2 will happen, and then 3.
Larry's like, look, let me dumb it down for you. Here are the 3 talking points once again.
Well, he said this last Thursday, and I'm just telling you, 1 happened yesterday. So remains to be seen if 2 happens. So if 2 happens, which is withdrawal from the NPT, that increases my confidence that the person giving this information actually knows what he or she is talking about.
He or she or they. Thank you, my goodness. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships from Seems You Got Impetigo. I don't know what that means, but I do appreciate your support, guys. Don't forget to hit the like and, you know, help me out with the algorithm. And I do appreciate your support here on this stream.
I think that's a good signal, isn't it? To withdraw from the NPT would be a pretty massive shift. What is it?
Well, yeah, it'd be way saying that they don't want to violate an international treaty, so they're going to withdraw from it because the international treaty is meaningless. It's not a requirement. Not every country is required to sign on and be a part.
I mean, Israel violates the international treaty just because by possession of nuclear weapons. They're the only nuclear armed state in the Middle East. I guess you could say Pakistan, but I think you get my point.
Part of it. No, and what Iran has learned is by playing by the rules.
Yes.
Playing in accordance with the international order, so-called.
Yeah, you're going to lose.
It was betrayed by that order.
You're going to lose.
The IAEA inspectors used their access to collect intelligence on Iranian scientists, and they passed that information to Mossad that was then used to kill those scientists.
That's fucking crazy, right? The Non-Proliferation Treaty, the JCPOA, which was administered, or the oversight body was the IAEA, and they were infiltrated by Mossad. They collected information on the nuclear scientists that Iran had, and that information was passed to Mossad, and Mossad assassinated those people. So what treaty are we? Is the treaty in the room with us?
So what I think is...
So I think what it is why am I dumb poo-poo head? I think it has something to do with the fact that my cock smells like your mother. I think that's what it probably has to do. And you're probably butthurt about that. And I don't know what... I smell her underwear on me right now, and I think that probably means that you... are upset about that, and I don't know what to tell you because she's a grown woman. She can make her own decisions. All right.
Of this is, on the one hand, the United States is one of the countries that has obviously been the bedrock, the architect of the current system, right, Larry? But at the same time, half the treaties that have been...
And I forgot my fucking point because your fucking sad bastard ass had to leave some trollish comment like that. Shame on you. I had some really good, insightful commentary, and you fucked it up royally.
Established, written in that post-World War II order, the US is not only not even ratified, but it's never even signed them. Like, I think it's the remarkable treaty on mine sweeping
and seen
or usage of mines in warfare. The US, Ukrainians, and the Israelis, if I remember just to name 3, had never signed it, which is rather interesting considering the war in Ukraine right now and the minefields around eastern Ukraine. But on the other hand, what I think is worth considering, and I'm curious what you think about this then, is I think 95% of the international community or people who we speak to, right, are pretty anti this war. They're not going to take, unless they are hardcore supporter of Netanyahu or Smotrich or Trump and MAGA, they're not going to support the war. But I'm willing to go out on a whim and say that I think a lot of countries would not be on board with Iran having a nuclear weapon, let alone detonating it. Right or wrongly, as to your point about they feel that they need to, I'm just skeptical whether they would actually support them doing that. What do you think?
No, I can see a logic to it that they would. Again, this if you can construct the ideal world, yeah, sure, you'd prefer they not have it. But the world they live in is a world in which Iran has now been viciously attacked twice. And while they are trying to negotiate on this very issue to say we don't want a nuke, but the United States and Israel would not take yes for an answer. So what do you do in that circumstance?
They wouldn't take yes for an answer.
Made repeated efforts.
That's a great quote.
To provide guarantees that you don't have a nuke, that you're not building a nuke, and instead,
I'm sorry, Saeed. You're absolutely right. She was wearing panties.
You are attacked, and your leadership's killed.
Semantical.
They try to decapitate. What are you going to do? At that point, you've got to take the measures to defend yourself.
Making the kids sad.
And the only proven measure of defense so far, at least the example of North Korea, is you get a nuke.
That's right.
Nuke, and you are protected.
No, I understand the logic and I agree with it. challenging
you're
you, I
just
guess, on
what?
the reception that would be had from other third-party nations. But on this point, then, I'm curious for your thoughts on this theory that I've been had in my mind, which is, I think for a long time, the Iranians did think the best the nuclear option they had was to get.
Larry's like, how long is this fucking podcast again? Fuck. He's gonna go through 4 more stogies out of the stress he's being put through.
The nuclear weapon, but I think that the war with Trump has given them some strategic clarity in the sense of that having the nuclear weapon may be a decent deterrent, but they might even have a better one, which is that because of the way that the global economy is integrated with the US, you know your economics, we discussed it, I think, briefly last time, the exorbitant privilege and duty, right? I think that the Strait of Hormuz and the ability to apply pressure on the pressure cooker, the pressure valve of the Strait of Hormuz is their single biggest deterrent now, even more than a nuclear weapon, because as far as I'm aware, the Iranians don't have a nuclear weapon fully yet. They're near nuclear, but they haven't yet got the delivery capability. You may have more information about that than I'm not privy to, but
yeah, I don't. Other, you know, what all the source said was that they would do it not for an attack, but for a demonstration, just to tell the West, okay, we have one now, and leave us alone.
How would that work then? Let's just let's play this out a little bit. So how would they? Did your source share any more information about like where they would test it or in what way?
Nope, no information on where. I would assume that if they did something like that, it'd be in a remote area in Iran. They do have plenty of remote
I
areas.
assume you're referring to the Israelis and the Americans here, right? Because you're right. They already, the goal was to destroy Iran. Iran's trying to be diplomatic, trying to negotiate, compromise. They're not there to negotiate. The Americans are not. The Israelis are not. They have a predetermined conclusion, a predestination, as you put it, in their minds. And so that's why yes means no.
Yes, and they may even go as far as to tell the United States, be looking here, you know, watch this site, this date and time, you're going to see something. And then the U.S. will see it, and then they go, okay, Iran has now gone nuclear. They've joined the club.
Yeah, kind of annoying, kind of green.
So, you know, I think that I don't welcome that, but the reality of what we're looking at is, in terms of who attacks whom, the United States has a track record of attacking non-nuclear states.
Yes.
And leaving nuclear countries alone.
Yes.
You know, so I understand the logic. Therefore, if someone's saying, you know what, this may violate our religious principles. This may even violate our traditional strategic doctrine.
But you got it. You know, you have to always, religious preferences be damned when you have to deal with existential threats, you know, or material, practical considerations. Ideological preferences be damned. When it comes down to it, countries are there to, protect themselves. They're going to do anything they can to survive. It makes sense on a personal level. It makes sense on a national level. Realpolitik, exactly. This is exactly what Larry Johnson is spelling out right now.
But we need to do it in order to protect ourselves.
Yeah, I see the logic as well.
Do you though, Peter?
You need some form of heavy deterrence to ensure your.
I mean, why? If you do see it, why are we still talking about this? Why is he laying out the concepts of realpolitik to yo dumbass? And I like Peter. I'm just, I don't know him, but I've enjoyed his guests, and he seems like he seems okay, But I don't know why he's hung up on this.
Existence or survival in the case of the regime. I'm just skeptical of the slippery slope, the trickle down effect it has elsewhere. So
it definitely could. It could lead to that.
No, that's what I'm just saying. I'm thinking about the next day. I'm thinking about the move after they launch
the day after.
Launch a nuclear weapon, and that's actually quite interesting to me because if you're going to launch a nuclear weapon, you want to do so in a way that it ensures it doesn't have any spillover effects, right?
You're right. Why are we not watching Lego videos? That's such a good point. He cares more about his hair and his date later. Roasted. Okay. Yeah, Propaganda and Company released a new podcast echoing what Larry Johnson has been reporting. He had this guy, Ali Alizadeh, who I think says the same, that Iran is going to go nuclear. I mean, judging by the the title. I don't know if we're going to watch the whole thing because it is an hour long, but let's just
Ali
see.
Alizadeh is a British analyst, commentator, and journalist specializing in media production, narrative building, imperialism, and Iranian revolutionary history. He founded Jadal, an English and Persian language media platform that produces interviews and well-polished video essays explaining Iranian history and covering topics of resistance. His work.
There you go. U.S. has murdered more people just on sanctions alone since 1976, over 38 million. Over 38 million more than the entirety of World War II.
Work during the recent hot war between Iran and the U.S.
That's big if true.
Has been so
I would believe
impactful
it.
that he was deplatformed from X 3 separate times to halt the spread of his work. He joins me in the studio today to discuss the recent war, the state of Iran's internal affairs, the ceasefire negotiations, and the resistance in Lebanon. It was an informative and insightful
situation. The language which was used after the events of 8th and 9th of January in Iran exactly sounded like turning those things into false flag operations. So everything was building up towards an attack. But also everyone expected.
I think it's a little bit convoluted for the stream, especially since we just did an hour-long link. So I'm gonna go back to the short form for now. It's not throwing any shade against what we were just watching. I love Propaganda & Co. I love Ahmad and his channel. He does great work. I'll probably just have to watch that off stream and maybe find some clips about it to share. But an hour and 18 minutes is just kind of long. It's going to take probably a while to get started. So let's keep going. Here is former U.S. Marine Ken O'Keefe claiming that Manab strikes were timed to coincide with Purim. And I would think we remember all of this, right? I mean, as soon as there was preludes of war, everybody was saying, well, it coincides with Purim. I remember that, the beginning of March. This is a Jewish period of sacrifice, for those of you that don't know, the Purim. It's not a coincidence that they started the war during Purim. Here it says, we carried out a satanic ritual sacrifice with tomahawk missiles by order of the Jewish state of Israel.
Unfortunately, Manab is not an isolated incident. We are in the business of bombing and killing innocents, including children, to the tune at this point of millions. However, this is a particularly grotesque event, given that it was conducted during Purim, which is a Jewish period of sacrifice. That's not a coincidence. So effectively, we carried out a satanic ritual sacrifice with tomahawk missiles by order of the Jewish state of Israel. And ultimately, we have condemned
which doesn't make it any worse. I mean, it's a caveat, right? But I mean, bombing schools and killing scores of children, doesn't matter what the motivation was there for it. It's equally as detestable.
Ourselves further.
But it is something to notice.
An eternal fate, which is horrendous. The act itself being denied by the Americans is an insult. It's an absolute insult to our intelligence. Who did it then? What Iran made these components and duplicated a Tomahawk missile and fired it on its own people in order to...
Remember the Al-Shifa hospital early in the Gaza genocide? And the Al-Shifa hospital was one of the first hospitals, I think, that was struck at the outset of the genocide after October 7th. And what did we hear about from the Israelis as justification? Oh, that was an errant Hamas rocket, they said. And they've used that excuse over the years many times. But more of the same, right? Now just take all of that and apply it to Iran.
To claim that you did it, this is an insult. It's an absolute joke. The fact that they could even try and pass this stuff off is genuine. Just shows how stupid their public is, or how stupid they think they are. But I'm praying that
Purim sounds like purify, which purify, you think, cleanse, ethnic cleanse. Kind of fits, right? Sick.
American people finally get the memo and realize you are paying for this, America. You're paying for the slaughter of children. And I hope somehow, some way, that you understand the full magnitude of what you've done and the pain that will come from knowing that the body parts of those children, and one child, by the way, not one thing was found. That child was obliterated. There is not even anything for the parents to bury. I want you to think about that, America. If that happened to your child, how would you feel?
Wait, you're asking Americans to self-reflect? That's a big ask.
You really need to put yourself in the position of the other. The grotesque nature of what you have paid for and has been done in your name, when it hits you, you should be crying like I did. And I have not cried like I did at Manab since my mother died, and I cried even more than when my mother died. I hope you feel that pain and shame and correct your government immediately.
Okay, Lolo, thanks for hanging out. Good luck on whatever you up to. Get that money.
Unfortunately,
by all means, get that paper, boo-boo. See you next time. All right, yeah, Ken O'Keefe, just for those of you that don't know, the guy that was just talking, he was on the Mavi Marmara, which was the Gaza flotilla way back in 2010, and there were no celebrities on that flotilla, and Israel murdered a bunch of his comrades or activists that he was there to break the siege in 2010, 16 years ago, and he kind of gains notoriety after that, speaking out. And he went to Manab recently, and he surveyed the damage from the airstrike against the children's school that killed 160 schoolgirls. Just harrowing stuff. He's got a good heart. Okay, let's see. We like Katie Halper a lot. This is a 30-minute link, however. So fuck you, Echo B. What are you trying to do here? Are you trying to? What's the word? Help me out, chat. What are they trying to do? They're trying to subvert our stream. What is this? You just thought of a perfect drink to drive Zio's insane. Likey juice. Likey juice? I don't get the joke. I'm not even sure if I know what likey is. What's a likey? Lychee. Is it lychee or is it likey? What are you talking about, Jess? I'm in the wrong channel. What are you fucking on about, dude? Can you chill? I don't know what that means. How is that supposed to be helpful to me? Maybe the call is coming from inside the house, Jess. Maybe you're in the wrong stream. What am I doing that's wrong here? Oh, I'm in the wrong Discord channel. I see. Okay. Well, that's what you could have been more specific, okay? There's a lot of information going around here. And I don't know when you say wrong channel, I've got 50 fucking tabs open up. I thought, should I just cancel myself? Okay, are you saying my channel I'm in the wrong channel? It's my channel. I need to calm down. Lychee is a highly prized tropical, subtropical fruit native to southern China. Okay. Is the joke that it looks like blood? Is that what you mean? You're right. I am in the wrong channel. Fuck me. Not literally. Don't do that. Video suggestions for live stream. Thank you, Jess. Even though you're a punk-ass, mark-ass, trick-ass hoe for going about it, but you helped me, so I have to thank you. Okay. What are we missing here? Okay, this is an update on the Iranian island getting attacked, the Qeshm island. I guess it's
Mehr news agency reports that explosions were heard in Qeshm Island in southern Iran, while the cause of the blast remains unknown. That island has been subject to multiple attacks by the United States and Israel before and after the so-called ceasefire. So far, we've had daily breaches of the ceasefire, both from the United States and Israel, sometimes in a declared manner from the United States, but not from Israel. The only thing that we know that it links any attack or breach to Israel is the orbiter drone or several drones that were sent to Iran after the so-called ceasefire. But the Iranian response to this attack came very quickly without them elaborating the source of attacks, because all of a sudden there was this happening. These were images coming from Iran of launching missiles. Where were they launched? Then afterwards, we knew that they were launched at an American base in Kuwait.
Oh, lychee. Okay, see, that's what it is. So it's a leech juice. Lychee juice. Lychee juice. It's a bit on the nose, right? It's very antiseptic.
The Kuwaiti authorities published this following the launch of the missiles from Iran as follows: Kuwaiti air defenses are currently responding to hostile missile and drone threats. The General Staff of the Kuwaiti Armed Forces confirms that any explosions that may be heard are the result of air defense systems intercepting hostile targets. The public is urged to adhere to safety and security instructions issued by the relevant authorities. So there is a direct link between the recent escalation that's happening in Kuwait. The United States has been attacking Iran not only from areas that are in some of the Gulf countries, but from the sea.
For real, Saeed. Saeed's so weird. He's such a weirdo.
However, in certain stages, at certain times, there were more operations from each and individual country in the Gulf. So some of them were from the UAE, for example. Then it's Kuwait. Then you'll see another country. And now it's Kuwait. Clearly, the United States is using Kuwait as an operational hub.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the extra toilet paper. I just ran out. That is incredibly kind of you. We have a chicken swinging toilet paper enthusiast in the chat, guys. Thank you. Fine chatter. Love that. Oh shit. Wait, I didn't ban the wrong person, right? I mean, I definitely smoked his ass, but I wasn't sure if I smoked somebody else's ass that shouldn't have gotten smoked. We sent him back to his tunnel. That's right. Yeah, Susie, we know that you're old. You tell us all the time. You're an old boomer. We get it, all right? We don't care, okay? The older, the better.
To conduct attacks against either Iran or some of the Iranian islands. And you remember the report about Kuwait kidnapping Iranian civilians that they claimed were IRGC officials working for the IRGC, and then Iran said they were civilians on a boat going to one of the islands close to or being next to the island that belongs to Kuwait in that area. And mind you, that whole area is not that big, so you can reach anywhere on a boat. So that raises more questions about the role that Kuwait is playing. The more worrying thing here that indicates that the next war, the next big hot war or total full all-out war against Iran will include the same countries that were included, at least some of them or the vast majority of them, is the fact that not only the United States is still operating in those areas, but we're having condemnations. So Saudi Arabia is condemning the Iranian attacks against Kuwait, and none of them are addressing the root cause of the problem, which is the operation of the United States from these areas to conduct acts of aggression and terrorism against Iran. Saudi Arabia so far officially is taking slight steps back, but recent satellite footage showed that there was some activity over several Gulf states, including Saudi Arabia, but not to the majority of the operations, as in a lot of the aircraft or cargo planes went to other countries in the region.
Are y'all tracking this?
In honor of the Israel Day Parade that just happened in New York, we're going to go over the history of the Israeli flag and the Star of David. It's really cool what the Israelis did. They took a symbol that represented something dark and evil and demonic and made it represent what it does today. So there was a book that breaks down the entire fascinating history of this symbol, and it was written by Pastor O.J. Graham. Now, this book was published in 1984, and it breaks down all the juicy information that you don't see today that may have been forgotten. So it turns out the Star of David wasn't really being used at all. So it got resurrected by Theodore Herzl in 1897, and he started using it for the Zionist convention. And initially...
What? No Jewish origin? What did that say? The Star of David, guys, is not the Jewish origin. And the ancient Israelites never used it as their religious symbol. Okay? Just in case you didn't know that. Perhaps most ironic, the very sign of the Jew in today's world, the six-pointed Star of David, the 666-pointed Star of David, is not really the historic symbol of Jewry. Nor was it used as a religious sign by the Israelites. It became the emblem of the Jewish people in 1897. I remember that year. I was just a little boy. When the Zionists... how are you going to flash that up and then I can't read it? Okay, whatever.
Convention.
Who cares? I've learned so much against my will about these fucking people.
Actually, it was a flag of the Zionist Congress. Now, they adopted it in 1948 for Israel and replaced the star and made it a different color. But just because it was used by the Zionist Convention doesn't mean it doesn't have Bible references, guys. This is biblical. So if you flip open your Bibles and go to Acts 7:43, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Now, this is where you're going to see the Bible references.
Don't forget the Universal Jewish Encyclopedia declares that the six-pointed star is of ancient origin, according to the Rosicrucians. Who could forget the Rosicrucians? I was just thinking about the Rosicrucians just yesterday. That's so weird. Google, what the fuck are the Rosicrucians? And that it was known to the ancient Egyptians, Hindus, Chinese, and Peruvians. I've heard of them. Pause a minute and note the words ancient Egyptians. Where were the children of Israel taken from by Moses out of Egypt? It is intriguing here to mention that in the book of Acts, reference is made to a certain star. Ye took up the tabernacle of Moloch and the star of your god Remphan, figures which ye made to worship. So that's why we have to murder children. This star was taken along through the wilderness by some of the Hebrew children. Okay.
It talks about actually this is a symbol of Moloch. Now, in case you're unaware, Moloch is actually the demon of child sacrifice, where they would build a large golden bull and take a baby.
That's why his name is Moloch-kowski, because he's the devil. He's the Polish devil.
Light it on fire and sacrifice it to
What do you call a Polish devil? Moloch-kowski.
This demon, which funny enough brings a strong relation to the red heifer ritual that everybody was talking about just last year. So it's quite cool what they did. They took something that had nothing to do with Abraham faiths at all, and it actually had a very dark and twisted past that represents the death of children.
Well. How am I not surprised-a-witzed?
Slapped it as the flag of their country, and now they're waving this exact same flag and symbol down the streets of New York, parading.
So this was a symbol of child sacrifice? Is that what I'm hearing? It represents the death of children. They're like, this is a great idea for a flag, and also a religious identity and a symbol.
At all, and it actually had a very dark and twisted past that represents the death of children, and slapped it as the flag of their country, and now they're waving this exact same flag and symbol down the streets of New York, parading it around for the world to see and celebrating it. Now, some may argue that this gives that particular demon a little bit of energy, and it may be just
a bit of a stretch. Okay, first of all, my mom's a vampire, so she doesn't even sleep in a bed. She sleeps standing up.
Giant ritual for the demon, but that's just some people. If you want to know more, the book called The Six-Pointed Star, written by O.J. Graham, is free online. I found a PDF real quick.
Used to hunt children? What? They used the Star of Remphan to hunt children?
That breaks
How?
down the entire history of the star. And by the way, he is actually a Jewish Christian that was raised in Israel. This guy knows a lot about the history of the land. He knows a lot about what the star really means.
Remember when the Yahtzees put the Star of Remphan on all the Judan? It's a Jewish shuriken. Shuriken, if you say so. Okay, now
In honor of the...
Why are you giving me new vocabulary? You hit me with the lychee, and now you're telling me it's a shuriken? Are you sure, Akin? The hell's a shuriken? Oh. It's a traditional Japanese concealed weapon. What about the Jewish shuriken? What is that? A Jewish shuriken is not a traditional weapon, but rather a playful pop culture concept. Just a little playful pop culture concept used to hunt children. A 3D printed novelty or stylized piece of industrial jewelry. That's fitting. That combines the geometric shape of the Star of David, de Magen David, with the aesthetic of a Japanese ninja throwing star. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Because the Star of David is a 6-pointed hexagram, it closely resembles some historical hirashuriken, flat multi-pointed throwing stars. The concept has surfaced in a few creative ways. Pop culture, the ninju. Oh, this is charming. The ninju. Wow, Google AI, you are deeply anti-Semitic. Cannot believe you're spreading anti-Semitism. A portmanteau, if you will. That's a funny word. A portmanteau of ninja and Jew just means a mashup. That's just a fancy way. That's the thinking man's way of saying mashup. Portmanteau is a lighthearted character often found in comedy and animated shorts and also in the bodies of... Never mind. Known for carrying Star of David shuriken. If you're looking for a traditional Jewish ritual or cultural objects that bear a slight visual resemblance... No, actually. I don't care about any of this shit. Thank you very much. This guy's got a cowboy hat on. You know he's telling the truth. He's standing on business.
We're going to believe what the Embassy of Israel just said.
We will shine a light.
We will shite in our diapers with a great force and great vigor.
On you.
We will shite on you. This bitch can't even speak.
Of Israel just said.
Let's get this again.
We will shine a light on you that thanks to Google and SEO will follow you for the rest of your life. When you look...
What? The stench of our shite will follow you for the rest of your shitty, shitey life.
For a job, when you look for a spouse, when you look for...
They always sound like they're threatening everyone. We're gonna follow you. We know when you've been sleeping. We know when you're awake. We know when you've been a bad goy, so be good for Jewish sake.
A nanny, when you look for anything. Our work will always be documented. Again, thanks to...
You won't find a fucking spouse. That's what they say. I won't find a Jewish one. That's true. I've already got one, actually. I'm good, Miss Jewish lady.
Google and SEO. In corporations where
you will be followed. My goodness, are you going to buy me dinner too? I mean, why are you so obsessed with me? Why are the Jays so obsessed with me? They want to follow me like that? Oh my God. Like, just text me. Don't call. You don't have to show up at my door, all right?
DEI leaders smeared Israel, excused Hamas. We pressured CEOs. Some resigned. Many were terminated. But policies were...
Like when you find out Ted Bundy didn't attack you because he only attacks the pretty girls. And you're like, fuck. He didn't think I didn't get murdered? He thinks I'm ugly? God, this is the worst. It's like the Jews are coming after me.
Change, thankfully.
Don't you dare be anti-Semitic online. Don't you dare criticize Israel online. They're going to try to make sure you don't get a job. They're going to try to make sure that
every move you make.
If you go finding a spouse, that somehow it's going to pop up and say, oh, anti-Semite. Oh, criticize Israel right here. You better not date that one. Now, is this going to work? Probably not. But
it's
regardless,
such a stalkery song, right? Every move you make, every breath you take, I'll be watching you. I'll be watching you. Is that the national anthem for Israel? For the Mossad? Is that the Mossad theme song? Sounds pretty creepy, you know? I feel like Sting should probably go see a therapist or something. But somehow he's so poetic and so romantic. He's watching me, stalking me. But he did it in song, so it's fine. I'm actually kind of smitten by it.
Tracking you. They're tracking your personal...
Yeah, the police. I'll be watching you. The police are stalking me. They said so in song. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that was the police. It's a whole nother level there.
Information. What you look up. Oh, you just looked up how many people died in World War II? Oh, guess what? Nope. You're a certified anti-Semite. No more jobs for you. Oh, you just looked up. Is it a...
He's wearing a spit catcher. Look, you see that on his neck? The necklace? That's a spit catcher.
Genocide in Gaza? Nope. That's anti-Semitic.
He's begging to get spit on, this Texan.
You can't have a job or a spouse now. You doubled down. This is the reality we're living in. Palantir using AI is legit. Why do you think they're building so many data centers?
Palantir is our friends. That's why it begins with pal. You can't spell Palantir without pal, without friendship.
It is so that they can track you like crazy. They can track every single thing you do online to make sure that you stay in line, to make sure that you don't go too far. You don't ask the bad question. Bad question. It's really good questions you should be asking. This is not.
Oh, really? Oh. I was bad in quotation, so it's good. I should what?
Good. I don't even know what to say about it. It makes you want to say words that I don't really say.
Volunteer. No, that's a new one on me. That's good. I'm stealing that. No, I won't. It's actually not that good. It's actually, I could do better, actually. Who the fuck was that? Why did that look like Zohran Mamdani's wife? A confident woman who knew exactly how to respond to pro-Israel gestures. That's true. That's true. That is a correct... Let's see that again. Fuck all y'all. Fuck all y'all. Free Palestine, bitches. I ain't reading all of that.
Fine, we don't want...
Get fucked, Israel.
I'm not concerned about anything with the Russian investigation because it's a hoax. That's enough. Put down the mic.
Put down the mic.
About indictments coming down in this investigation.
Why is it? This is an old video. Why are we watching that? We already saw that. We saw this too. We saw this. The apparently one of the flotilla ships actually did break the siege. It must be the first time ever. I don't know, but there was nobody on the boat itself, but the boat was filled with solar panels.
Do you know what this means? The flotilla did it. They got attacked, they got abducted, they got tortured.
That's crazy. It just arrives on the sea on this board.
Because they wanted to bring aid to these human beings. And Israel thought they could stop them. They sunk this ship. And what
it's like shit like this, maybe you shouldn't post it, because now Israel's gonna see this and they're gonna search for the solar panels.
The ship still reaches them. There are solar panels and hopefully some materials that they can use. But
and look how much they're celebrating this thing, which doesn't look like much.
Look at just what this means. Israel, with all its military power and all its vile racism and rotten psyche and ideology of ultimate hatred, Zionism, Nazism, and white supremacy, the chosen people.
I like how you use Ben Gavir as a verb there in that sentence. I knew exactly what you mean, because he is a symbol of rape.
Still, they couldn't stop the flotilla from reaching the goal of destroying Shitra Hill, the image of them, and still reaching the shores of Gaza.
Shit's real.
Free Palestine and this entire movement of the fucking Zionism.
Well, we don't want to free
Do you know what this means?
We want to free Palestine for sure, though. Look at that. Lindsey Graham getting booed in South Carolina. You love that. You love it. Yes. He's like, all right now. All right now, just took some grandpa's cough medicine. I'm liquored up. I'm quite soused. I'm ready to, I don't care about your booze. All right now. Good evening, Israel. Nope. Hello, Tel Aviv. Nope. Oh, wait, shit, I'm in South Carolina. Boo. Yeah, thank you for coming. Yeah, sure thing. Oh, I do declare, sir.
Thank you.
I do declare.
Thank you.
I'm a Southern gentleman, okay? I do like to perfect my Southern drawl. You ever been to Montgomery, sir? Beautiful this time of year. The Palestine News Network guy does that Southern accent too. He's pretty funny when he does it. Boo! Look at that! Look at the 2 thumbs down, bitch! Fuck you! Fuck Israel! Fuck you! Yeah, you better. Oh, this is not a good look for your bitch ass, is it? Yeah, thank y'all.
Thank you all very much.
Oh man, the clapping.
Welcome to Pickens County. A little bit about this county. Just calm down for a second.
Oh, calm down for, oh, pipe down. It's the worst thing that you could do. Tell a crowd that fucking hates you, just pipe down for a second. Now, why did you even show up to this thing? It's so embarrassing for you. It's crazy because, like, if he was in Tel Aviv, they'd be cheering him on. If he's in a foreign fucking country as the sitting U.S. senator representing South Carolina, he's getting booed by his own constituents. But he goes to a foreign country, and he logs on to Grindr, Tel Aviv edition, and his weekend is planned. Let's just say that.
This county has more Medal of Honor winners per capita than any place in the nation.
Secret Service is getting involved. They do so well in preventing assassination attempts, don't they? He's got the Star of Remphan on his chest there, too. Look at that. They marked the Juden. How is this not anti-Semitic? Didn't the Nazis do this, too? The SS? Oh, my goodness, the irony. Secret Service, SS, Juden. Oh my goodness.
I was born in this county.
Oh, it's 5 point. Excuse me. I'm so sorry, Thugman. Thank you. You got me on a technicality, you fuck bone shithead. I'm just kidding. No, you're right. That's a 5-star. It's a 5-star. They should change the Pentagon though to the sixtagon, so it can look more like the Star of David.
I live 15 miles down the road.
Yeah, do you? I wouldn't know it there, Lindsay. I live 15 miles down the road in Tel Aviv.
This is a place where people pay the taxes, fight the wars, and tell you what they believe.
This guy is floundering. You're flailing. Oh my goodness, it gets worse.
And Donald Trump was a great president. So let me tell you a little bit about me and President Trump.
He's like, he's doing the same thing that Netanyahu does when he's in a bind with his constituents. He goes and flies to Washington, D.C. and does a photo op with Donald Trump to prove to Israelis, hey, I'm still the man in charge. Look, I got the president in my back pocket. Lindsay's like, I know y'all hate me, but I love Trump. Everybody loves Trump, right? Well, let me tell you, Trump and I like this. All right, now, can we be on the same page now? No, actually.
What happened? I found common ground with President Trump. It took a while to get there, folks. But let me tell you what happened. I come to like President Trump, and he likes himself, and we got that in common.
Two-faced. Oh, he's like, man, that killed in Tel Aviv. My stand-up comedy. He always acts like he's a stand-up comedian. He's like, I like Trump and Trump likes himself, so we got that in common. Shut up.
And I'm going to help you become president of the United States.
Those are real, authentic boos, too. You can't fake that. That wasn't edited in post.
Let me tell you why I want to help President Trump.
That's diegetic sound right there.
I was on the front row of his
Or non-diegetic, I forget.
presidency. And I've never seen anybody this tough for America. How many of you heard the phrase?
Well, my favorite chatter is here. Finally, we've been waiting with bated breath for Buddy Head. And he's here. We salute you, Buddy Head. Thanks for showing up. You guys follow the Uber-based Buddy Head, not only here on Twitch, but also on Instagram. Do yourself a favor, okay? I'm not fucking around.
We like Trump
We love you, Buddy Head.
policies, but we want somebody new. Have you heard that? Well, let me tell you this. Without Donald Trump, there are no Trump policies.
Man, that was brutal. Ryan Dawson says Lindsey Graham's going to lose his seat after 23 years. God willing and the creek don't rise. Buddy Head is what we want Raph to be. I'm trying to live up to his good name, sir. Okay, Saeed. Thank you, Saeed. You know, whenever I get too big for my britches, you always are there to put me in my place, and I appreciate that, all right? You're right, but I will readily agree with you, okay? I wouldn't, I've said this many times, okay? But I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Buddy Head. Buddy Head introduced me to the world of streaming. He introduced me to the world of memeing. He introduced me to the world of being a based Marxist-Leninist and an authentic human being, and we love him for that. So you're absolutely right. All praise to Buddy Head. And none of what I just said was hyperbole. I 1,000% mean that genuinely. So them's the facts. Thank you. I try to stay fresh. I try to stay fly for a white guy. Sometimes it doesn't always work out. Sometimes I hurt myself. But I always get back on my feet. Okay? Okay.
We're going to settle in Lebanon, Gaza. Everything will be settled. We love to settle. We are the settlers. We are the chosen. And the Arabs, with God's help, either they will work for us if they will act like good children, or we will throw them one by one into their countries. And you, together with them, I am not afraid that you are, we are the Jews, and the country is ours. Okay, Mr. Tiny Headman. Mr. Tiny Headman has an opinion. Everybody shut up. Listen to the Tiny Headman. He's got an opinion.
For Israel! You're a cook for Israel! Fuck you!
Yeah. Oh, love it. More politicians getting heckled. Please. This is the content I came here for. Marco Rubio was in a congressional hearing today, and we sat through some... We are the Jews. We are all the Jews. That's right. That's right, Buddy Head. Both Jew and me. But Marco Rubio was in a congressional hearing today, and he got heckled while he was sitting down. And it was awkward. It was great. And then here he is leaving that hearing, and he's getting heckled again. I love it. Maybe they never know a moment of peace when they're in the public eye.
Remember, you asked for war criminal for the rest of your days. You will not go any hearing. You will not be able to go out in public. Cook for Israel. You are a war criminal.
You have the blood of hundreds of thousands of people on your hands. It's the State Department of imperialism and a war crime. You are
nothing but a Batista puppet. Little Marco, get your hands off of Palestine, Lebanon, and Iran and Cuba. I know you've been here for big-ass years.
Proud to be a cuck. Proud to cuck. Fucking and cucking. Like good goy cattle. Israeli soldiers tried to challenge pro-Palestine American young man in the streets of America, and this is what happened. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, what did you want to tell me? Tell me.
Well, I want to say that killing kids in Gaza is pretty fucked up. I mean, just like objectively.
This guy looks like Ryan Cabrera from the early 2000s. Is he gonna pull out his acoustic guitar and write us a love song? Look at that hair. Fallout Boy. Fallout Boy is based, guys.
I think you're purposely going to a pretty, liberal university
I have a question.
to probably stir up controversy. And I think it's just pretty fucking.
Do you condone? Do you support?
Good for this guy. I like that he's standing up.
October 7th and the attacks Hamas did.
No, but I mean,
okay.
There's been multiple.
You see, I hate when they say this and people back down a little bit. They're like, well, no, I mean, October 7th, no. That's the moment when you need to strike. You need to, don't give them that room. Occupy that room. No pun intended. Occupy that space. He's trying to take up space and say, oh, but you condemn Hamas. Like, this is the problem. That is exactly the point. The problem is that October 7th was the result of occupation. I've said it so many times, of course. Resistance is justified. Okay? When existence is denied, resistance is justified.
Ceasefire agreements, Israel violates it almost every
Hamas
single
violated
time.
more ceasefire agreements than Israel.
You can pull
my
a source up
goodness.
for that. I don't really think that's true. I think you're still a Nazi, and I think you're still.
Why do you think I'm a Nazi?
Because you're going to Gaza, where majority, or not majority, but a lot of it is women and children, and
majority is the majority is women and children. Yes.
There are more women and children. You know that there are more women.
You're going to kill people. Like what?
Do you know that there are?
He's got, and to make it just put what's the expression? To add to it, he's got a Starbucks bag.
You're going to be building shit there. You're killing people.
Do you know
you're
that
going
more
there
women
to kill
and children were killed in Germany in World War II than here? So
I don't even think that's true. Actually, I think Israel has the most body count for children in any conflict in modern history. And as we talked about, ever since 21 to 26, if you tallied up all of the deaths of children in armed conflict around the world, it from each year, it wouldn't surpass the amount of dead children in the Gaza Strip. And it's not even an argument to say, well, yeah, I know we're killing a bunch of children, but remember World War II? Why aren't you talking about? Don't talk about the ongoing genocide, guys. Don't try to advocate for the people that are living right now that will die because of the results of the Israeli genocide. Let's talk about some genocide that happened many years ago, which there's no one left to tell.
No, a 6-year fucking worldwide conflict had more women and children die than a landmass the size of Chicago. That's nutty, bro.
Also per capita.
That's nutty, bro.
Also per capita.
That's nutty. I mean, yeah, it's war and it's not okay, but you're going out. I wouldn't tell, I have friends joining the U.S. military who I've for months I've been saying, don't do it. It's not
so
a good
you're just
investment.
against military in general. But
I am, but especially the Israeli military.
What I want you to know,
because you're an American citizen.
People like me.
This guy is older than this little college kid or whatever. Maybe he's in high school, but he's getting slapped around by a college kid. you have no argument.
American citizen?
People like me.
You're an American citizen.
I was born and raised here. People like me.
Wow, you're a coward, bro.
People like
Why don't you
that.
serve the U.S. Army then, you fucking
People
pussy?
like me and people like them are the reason.
People like these guys?
People like them
they're
and
pussies
people
too.
like me are the reason you can say whatever you want here freely and
You're a
independently.
fucking sham, and you got Botox, lady. And you got fucking Botox, because you're ugly. You.
Nice.
Enjoy your freedoms that are defended by me and
They're not
people like
defended
them.
by shit. You're going to other third world countries so you can fucking extract their resources.
Bro was cooking. He was, he was getting there. Oh my Lord.
I want you to know I'm not a Zionist because I'm Jewish. I'm a Zionist
because he's not Jewish.
And an unapologetic one because I believe the Bible.
I'm like, wait, what university could this possibly be where he gets an applause after saying that? And of course, it's Yeshiva University. He's literally preaching to the Jewish choir.
Because I recognize that Jews around the world, representing only 0.2% of the world's population, have created outsized impact on the world. And unfortunately, there are people who hate you for
outsized impact. What does he mean? He means that Jewish supremacy is overrepresented in all of our public institutions. He's actually, I thought that was an anti-Semitic trope to say that, Jews have an outsized impact on the world. That's an interesting way of putting it, really.
That.
He's like, yeah, the Jews control all of the media and the economy and the financial institutions and the government, but people are butthurt about that.
But I've determined that they really, more than they hate you,
they hate
the
themselves.
God who chose you 3,800 years ago as his people and gave you a place called Israel and gave you a purpose, which was to present the law and the light to all the world.
Sorry.
You being faithful to that task is not simply something that you should do. It is something that you must do. For there's no one else to whom the creator of the universe has given such a mission.
That motherfucker said God chose you 3,800 years ago. They're just mad that God chose you. He's basically saying, yes, I am a slave. I'm here to be a good goy cattle for the chosen race. They're just mad that God chose you 3,800 years ago. I didn't know God was keeping time like that. How can you, what a crazy argument to make to justify ethnic cleansing and genocide. To say, oh, but 3,800 years ago, God chose us. Like most people, nobody, there's not a scientific basis for this argument, There's no historical basis for this argument. It's just God. We can't even prove that God exists. Not everybody. Nobody can. No, there's no universal, consensus on what or who God is, or if God even exists. But you're gonna base your entire nation state on the fact that God chose you 3,800 years ago. I mean, we have trouble proving shit that happened 6 weeks ago. And we're going to say, no, definitely 3,800 years ago. This for sure happened.
I want you to know.
What a crock of shit. Oh my Lord, another tiny hat fat man.
The evil that comes out of his mouth and the evil of so many like him. I served with two anti-Semites, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massey. One we got to quit, and the other, thanks to all of you, we beat. And we're very, very lucky. Whereas Democrats 20 or 30 or 40 years ago had
Republican Jewish Coalition Headquarters, the RJCHQ, just in case you were wondering.
Anti-Semitism show up in their party, and they minimized it, and they said it was the fringe, and they didn't deal with it, and it took over their party, the leader of...
Look, I have a tiny hat. I am a tiny hat man, and I must say that the tiny-hatted people are the true Chosenites. Now, everybody swing your chickens. I don't know.
Our party said he wasn't going to deal with that. We often say that Donald J. Trump is the greatest friend that Israel's ever had, but that doesn't go far enough. Donald J. Trump is the greatest friend American Jews have ever had because he stands up and he fights for all of us.
Oh. Randy should have made a little trip to the boys' room before he gave that speech. Sounds like his McDonald's Happy Meal ended up in his freshly soiled diaper.
As we have shown.
It's long, but nope, then next. Don't send me long links. I don't have that kind of attention span. The fuck is wrong with you people?
Would you like $2 million now? Or $1 every minute for the rest of your life?
You have to ask him. He's the president.
President of the USA. Then I'm sure you'll make the right decision.
You know, $2 million is not a lot. It's not a
He does a good Trump impersonate.
I'm a multi-billionaire. It's not a lot of money.
So you choose $1?
No, he doesn't. Mr. President, it's a bad idea.
Are you good at math?
They're both very bad options. Very bad.
You don't have to be good at math to know that $2 million is a lot of money.
So you choose $2 million?
No, that's not a lot of money. It's not a lot.
Just take the lump sum, Mr. President.
For what?
You can use it for healthcare.
Brian, are you stupid? He's stupid.
Mr. President, we gotta choose.
You know, you're not very good at your job.
I am a genie.
Do you have any other options?
What do you desire?
I'm the president of the USA. I have everything I need, really. Everything.
You said you're the president of the United States?
That's correct.
How about this? $60 billion now, or a 10-year-old girl?
You're very good at your job.
Mr. President, let's go.
I don't want to go. I want the girl.
Mr. President, we gotta go.
Can I have the girl now?
We gotta go, Mr. President.
I want the girl.
I want the girl. The California governor's primary was today. These are some of the primary results. Who the fuck is Steve Hilton? He's in the lead? Oh, he's the GOP candidate. It's too early to call. But look how they fucked over my dog, Butch Ware. They don't even fucking mention him in this list. And that is the real story. Eric Swalwell, Katie Porter, Chad Bianco. So Xavier Becerra is currently in the lead for the primary in California. Wonder if we can get some updates on this. CA governor primary. Is there any live updates? Election night. What a sham. What a scam.
Gaino, former council member. You ran for mayor at one point. You've also been a member of the police force. You've done it all.
Thank you. Thanks to be.
Thanks for joining us tonight. Let's move to the races for LA City Council right now.
Good. Glad to hear it, Archaic.
Our Jonathan Gonzalez joins us now with more on that from the newsroom. Jonathan.
Yeah, Colleen, Carolyn, we're talking about 8 council districts up for grabs this year. It's the year where we have the odd numbers up for grabs: 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13.
9, 11.
15. Let's start with the first one here, Eunice Hernandez. This is a little bit interesting. She's one of 2 Democratic socialists who are up for re-election this year. There are 4 total on the council. So far, she's doing well here. 52% of the vote over Maria Cala.
I don't know. I don't live in California, so I don't know a bunch of these names, but...
Media earlier, he explained that it could take a couple of days at least. I mean, it might be sooner than that, but they are looking at taking some more time in order to get through all these ballots, doing it the correct way, doing it the safe way, and making sure that we get our answer to see what's going to happen here as we get into the November elections. But overall, right now, voter turnout, they're looking at about 32 to 33%. There's about 5.9 million registered voters in LA County. That could have went up a little bit with new voters for this, new registration voters for this particular election. But you're looking at all that, and if you take 30% of that, you're looking at,
Apparently, Elon Musk makes $3.6 million per hour. Also, look at these abysmal voting numbers. Aren't there like 60 million people in California? Like, what is the percentage of the voting population? It's got to be a paltry percentage, don't you think? That's the real story. Most people don't vote. That should tell you that the whole system is a sham. It's broken. Nobody has any faith in the political system. Nobody votes. And I understand that, you know. I understand that. $3.6 million an hour and other ways to measure Elon Musk's fortune. The initial public offering for SpaceX could make Elon Musk the world's first trillionaire. I'm sure that's going to happen. And just to remind you, when he was maybe worth, I don't know, $200 or $300 billion, remember he balked at the UN for solving world hunger, you know, and in meanwhile, he's now close to $1 trillion. And he says he has aspirations to be worth $10 trillion. But, you know, still can't solve world hunger, of course. Just how wealthy is the tech founder? His fortune now stands at roughly $970 billion. Like, to me, the fact that one person is worth $1 billion, let alone $970 billion. I agree with you, Saeed. That's not a real number. It's not. It's so unreal. Nobody can even really fathom. I mean, we can say $970 billion, but nobody really understands how much money that is to belong to one person. It's gross. And then you go to Elon Musk's Twitter page and look at the racial violence, the stochastic violence, the stochastic terrorism he's trying to conjure up. Every post, virtually every post has to do with Muslims and, you know, replacement theory, how the whites are being genocided. Look, see, police kills black. He's trying to show a double standard because it's actually white people that are the victims, not black people. He's always talking about mass immigration, mass deportation. Look, every single post. Isn't this gross? This guy has $1 trillion to his name, and he's like, yeah, fuck the poors. It's the poor people that we got to be afraid of. I mean, he's sort of like ideologically tied to that position. Well, he's economically tied to that ideological position, let's put it that way. He's sick of being told that, like, he's got too much money by all these liberal wokesters. He needs to cling to an ideology that justifies his enormous wealth hoarding. So, you know, he's got to, if in order for him, you know, to believe anything else, he'd have to give up his wealth. You know, he'd have to divest. So it's better to just take on conveniently an ideology which, you know, emboldens you, empowers you, and justifies and legitimizes what you do. So every single post, same story. He's just amplifying racist rhetoric and racist pages, racist accounts. He's fucking gross as fuck, and he gets $3.6 million every hour. So accumulating that amount over his career averages out to $992 a second. In the time since you opened this article, Elon Musk's wealth has changed $180 million. He's already 180. Keeps going. He'll be at 200 million in like 15 seconds. I'm sorry. I misread that. That's 190,000. Since we started, I was like, wait, what? He's only made a paltry $200,000 since I started reading this article. Shame on me. But guys, you got to remember, Elon Musk doesn't take a cash salary. Musk's wealth includes $538 billion for his pre-IPO initial public offering stake in SpaceX, $167 billion for his stake in Tesla, another $150 billion or so for stock options in those companies he could exercise just about any time. Oh, but those are unrealized gains, though. They can't be taxed. Right? Can't tax wealth in this country. That's blasphemy. It's a hate crime, in fact. Then there is $5 billion apiece for the Boring Company, which drills tunnels, and Neuralink, the brain implant firm he founded, and $104 billion in property, aircraft, and other investments and assets as estimated by Altrata, a wealth intelligence firm. Look, these four people, $970 billion worth for Musk, $276 billion for Jeff Bezos. What a hack. Mark Zuckerberg's only got $219 billion. Loser. Larry Ellison, a paltry $243 billion. So you add that up, 200, 400, 600, you're looking at 743, let's just say, give or take, plus another trillion. So about $2 trillion. Maybe by the time I end the article, it'll be up to $2 trillion. But it's in the ballpark of $2 trillion belonging to four people. $2 trillion for four people. And you're telling me that capitalism is a great system? It's working great for everyone? He has made about $3.6 million an hour over 31 years. He's 54 years old and co-founded the first of his many U.S. tech and engineering-oriented companies in 1995. He could buy 2.4 million U.S. homes or 10,000 private jets. Most of Musk's wealth is tied up in his companies. He famously said in 2020 that he would own no house, and sold off several California properties only to later buy homes in Texas. Okay, so he lied? So, monarchy? Anyone? What do you think? It seems like the capitalist dictatorship is not going too well in accordance with democracy. I think our good friend, the monarchist, Prince Saeed, I think he's got a point, guys. Maybe the monarchy is not so bad after all. I'll take a monarchy over this shit. So he said that he would never own a house, but he owns several in Texas. He said he's going to own no house. He just meant he's going to sell his house in California and buy another home or two or three in Texas. Musk can borrow. Here's the really important point that everyone should understand. Musk can borrow billions against his holdings in SpaceX and Tesla. But much of his wealth is on paper, not cash he can easily spend. And remember that those billions that he borrows and lives off of is not taxable, at least not to the extent that an income tax would be. If it's taxed at all, it's taxed at a very small interest rate. So it's called buy, borrow, what is it called? Buy, borrow, die. That's the strategy for billionaires. Here are some things a person with $970 billion could do with that money. You could buy 2.4 million American homes. You could buy all 32 NFL teams plus every NBA team and have more than $500 billion left over. You could buy a fleet of more than 10,000 Gulfstream G700 private jets and pay 5 years of operating costs, including fuel, for all of them. Or you can buy companies employing more than 4 million people: Accenture, FedEx, Home Depot, UPS, Target, Kroger, Starbucks, CVS Health, Albertsons, Cracker Barrel, and Campbell's. $970 billion is bigger than the yearly output of most countries. That's right, he's worth more than entire GDPs of whole-ass countries. Musk's net worth eclipses the annual economic activity of more than 125 countries, including Norway, Thailand, Argentina, and South Africa. South Africa, Musk's birth country, is only worth $480 billion. Why doesn't he? He's so worried about white genocide in South Africa. Just buy the country, man. You'll still have a cool $500 billion left over. His self-made fortune, built on electric vehicles, rocket ships, artificial intelligence ambitions, amounts to about 3% of U.S. gross domestic product today. On that basis, he easily surpasses John D. Rockefeller, the richest American who ever lived before Musk. Remember, Rockefeller lived in the Gilded Age. The Gilded Age, which gave rise to conglomerates, the first trusts, if you will, which can be thought of as companies that vertically and horizontally integrated their entire supply chains across, different industries. That's what Rockefeller and Carnegie and these big wigs back in the day, that's what they did. And that's what led to the Sherman Antitrust Act of 1913. It was like, we're going to break up these huge conglomerates like Standard Oil because they're getting too powerful. So we've surpassed the Gilded Age. Does that everyone understand that? It's worse than it was in the Gilded Age, and they had to introduce laws to break up these companies because they were too big. They were monopolies, industrial monopolists. But which day is going to be your wildest party, Sir Jeffrey? A century ago, Rockefeller rode the wave of industrialization by building Standard Oil into a behemoth, wielding influence over railroads and pipelines. The monopoly was ultimately broken up by the federal government, just like I just said, by the Sherman Antitrust Law. And incidentally, that's, what's her name? The chairman of I think it's the SEC or the FEC. I forgot her name, Khan. And she is trying to bring back the antitrust laws. Coincidentally, antitrust laws, which sought to break up Standard Oil and the like, actually made Rockefeller paradoxically more rich. And there's a whole reason for that in the way that these companies broke up. He was able to profit more off it, which is just as despicable, but that's what happened. Rockefeller amassed a fortune of about $1.4 billion by 1937, roughly 1.5% of U.S. GDP at the time. And Elon Musk isn't even fucking American. He's a goddamn illegal immigrant. Literally, he's illegal. He entered this country illegally. It's funny that he crows on and on about illegal immigration. He is the illegal immigrant. He's the worst illegal immigrant ever to happen to the history of this country. That's materially, factually, quantitatively, measurably correct. His mother, though, wow. She actually liked one of my tweets, which I forget which one. It didn't have to do with Elon Musk, obviously. But I thought that was kind of funny. I'm like, what? May Musk liked one of my tweets? What? Here's how that compares in terms of today's economy. So Musk's net worth of $970 billion is equivalent to 3% of U.S. GDP. I think the GDP of the U.S. is what? It's like, I always get this confused with like the debt, but it's like 20 trillion or something like that. Or maybe it's 4 trillion. Maybe it's something like that. I forget. Yeah, maybe it's, I think the debt is like just like 30 trillion now though. $487 billion is 1.5%. of U.S. GDP today. That's about the share of 1937 GDP that John D. Rockefeller was worth. Yeah, richer than Rockefeller. So just to put it in perspective, I mean, gulags, anyone? Gulags and guillotines? Why are we listening to this guy? And his tweets are like little parades, and they're like little floats in and of themselves. There, I know you don't know what I mean by that, but it's a Mardi Gras reference. But like, he'll just share these things. He gets like 200,000 likes. There's one post that he shared, and it got like 700,000 likes. I'm like, this fucking app is so cooked. There's no way 700,000 people are liking Elon Musk. But that's what happens when you when you buy the fucking company. I want to be the discussion. I'm just going to be the public forum. He's so not cool, he had to buy his popularity, you know? It's hard not having a personality, but having a lot of wealth. So you have to, like, buy PR so that you can build this reputation as a cool innovator and inventor. See, here it is. He just says, problems in Paris. 77 million views, 645,000 likes. He's just always ratcheting up this racial violence. He loves to talk. In fact, there was one. I always call him out on his hypocrisy. Let's see if I can find it. But he was saying, he made a tweet about, this is just so despicable. It was like it was Islamophobic, anti-Muslim. And he said it was about rape. But it was about Muslims. And I'm like, this motherfucker never talks about here it is. He retweets this guy. Girls locked in dog cages. Girls graped by dogs. Girls passed around as grape toys at Eid celebrations. Everyone involved needs to hang. And it's just like, there's no, what is this? Is this a Knesset meeting?
To thank the 260,000.
No, it's the meeting of the British Parliament. And it's like, he's so concerned about grape, really? After we just got through watching that harrowing video of institutionalized graping, where you have Israelis saying, we should institutionalize it. We need to provide infrastructure. They've got the Shtei Taman torture camp. It is institutionalized in Israel. They're passing laws to they're glorifying rapists as national heroes. But not one word will you hear from Elon Musk about the IDF. Because he's a fucking clown. And, God's honest truth, I when I read that tweet, I'm like, is this about, because I saw grape dogs, grape children, all this. I'm like, Israel. That's immediately what I immediately thought. Oh, this post is about the IDF. Okay. And then I saw Eid celebrations. I'm like, and I saw Elon Musk. I'm like, wait, there's definitely, it's not about the IDF. There's no way. I said, I thought this post was about the IDF, but then I saw it was from Apartheid Collide. Is that true? His dad is a convicted pedophile? Of his own kid? I hadn't heard that. Allegedly, let's just say that in a video game. It is true? Yeah. Errol Musk is a pedophile?
He got the stepdaughter pregnant, or started dating when he was 14, started bringing her. Yeah.
He dated his stepdaughter and got her pregnant at 14? Oh, Lord, I'm so tired. The Jews are tired, folks. We are all Jews, just not convicted, but allegedly. Okay. Par for the course. But he's just the worst. I hate him. We know that. Let's see. I think that about does it for tonight, huh? Let's see if we can have any. Are there any more updates? Let's see. Is Al Jazeera saying anything? Are there any? Does anybody know? Does anybody have any updates about Iran?
As Israel declares the entire southern region of Lebanon a conflict zone and expands
I thought for sure we were gonna have Boom Boom Tel Aviv tonight. I'm so sorry that we can't be reporting about that. But what is the holdup? What is the holdup, Iran? You know.
Emergency as a worsening power crisis threatens medical services. Hospital officials say multiple generators have failed, putting healthcare for more than 500,000 people in jeopardy. Al Jazeera's Tariq Abazoum reports now from Deir al-Balah.
These generators.
Okay, thank you, King. You say bombings in Bahrain have just stopped. Okay.
All that stand between Al-Aqsa.
Well, I mean, shit. We knew when we were coming on the live that they were doing that, so it must have been going for hours.
Hospital and potentially catastrophic power outage. Hospital officials warned that 3 generators have gone out of service, leaving the whole hospital dependent on a handful of aging machines that have been operating non-stop for more than 2 years.
8 a.m. in Israel.
Under the strain of fuel shortages
now.
And the lack of spare parts. The consequences are already being felt here at Al-Aqsa Hospital. Operation rooms have suspended services.
You're right, Trash. I should have said 8 a.m. in Palestine. What am I thinking?
With critical departments, including intensive care, neonatal units, and...
It's kind of... conflicting. Because I want bad things to happen to Israel. But I also recognize that that's actually Palestine.
Dialysis services are still facing the risk of shutting down at any moment. Al-Aqsa Hospital is the sole governmental hospital responsible for providing healthcare services for more than 500,000 people in the central area. Now, with the spare parts in short supply and the remaining generators operating under mounting pressure, hospital administrators say with every day passing, the situation is getting much more worse and brings them closer to a full scale.
Look at this. Do you get it yet? All the billionaires have private islands, compounds, bunkers, and escape plans. Do you really think they intend to stay here and live with the consequences of the policies they are supporting for another country? Do you think they'll be the ones struggling with medical bills, inflation, or sending their children off to war? The people with the most power have the easiest exits once America is entirely gutted. That is exactly what's happening. Look at this. They've all got their little island. Donald Trump has his mansion in St. Martin, or St. Martin. Why is Bruce Willis on there? This guy's got dementia. David Copperfield, okay, yeah, he's a crypto Jew. I don't know why Eddie Murphy's there or Johnny Depp, but these are just celebrities. Richard Branson, Roman Abramovich, Oprah Winfrey, she's a billionaire, fuck her. Yeah, so Ivanka Trump, we know, Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner are building their own little private island in the Mediterranean. And Peter Thiel has relocated his family to Argentina. It's not looking good, okay? This is a forecast for things to come. All right, well, that is my time, guys. I appreciate you, as always. Thanks most humbly from your very modest and good-looking streamer. I gotta log off now because I gotta talk to your mom. We have a date planned. So that'll be it for me. But I'll be back tomorrow. Started fresh, ended fresh. Started at the bottom. Now we're here, Saeed. Now we are here. We're in it to win it. All right, thank you guys. We'll be back tomorrow, same time. Tomorrow's what, Wednesday? I might actually be collabing with Nick Cruz as we do our Wednesday installment. So look for me there. If not, I'll definitely be on my channel at the regularly scheduled broadcast time, okay? I wish I had an outro for you. I still have no outro. I'll have to, that'll be the next thing. Okay, we'll have to integrate into the stream. I promise you, big things on the rise, big things coming. But without further ado, thanks so much to all of you. I love this community. I love you. I hope you have a wonderful night. Peace and love. And I'll see you next time. Love to all.